Wait, no wheel. I know it's wheel time, it's a lie. But good morning. It is a morning. No Bergie today. This requires full concentration the way I'm doing it. I can't, or not full concentration, but like there are only small moments where I am able to do something. So Bergie has to sit on the wayside. Music's a little loud today. Yeah, good morning. This is what we're doing today. This, unless I get deathly bored, this is my plan. For the whole stream, I'm going to plant plants because I've been avoiding this because, you know, it's a very active grind and I don't like active grinds. However, you might say, Sparrow, then just farm normally. That is the most inactive grind there is. You just plant your plants and come back later. And you might be right, but what I hate more above active grinds is waiting. So that's the coming back to it later. I hate that more. Oh my god, that music's loud. Jesus Christ, I'm just gonna skip that one because I don't want to deal with the volume changes. Okay, that's all loud. It's a good song though. But yeah, so it's like, why would you not just, you know, farm? Well, I hate it. It sucks. Probably could for these last levels and then do something else like rune crafting or something, but I don't wanna. But I get this level, 70 farming, and then we are only one away from what we need for the elves. Song of the Elves? Grace of the Elves? You know what I'm talking about, the Prif quest line. Then we just need 70 woodcutting, which is an easy AFK grind. That I'll be doing in no time. If it's an AFK grind, I can have the game open super easily while I'm doing other stuff. It's especially nice is being able to turn off the GPU usage. Be like, no, I don't use my GPU right now, and it goes to like shit mode. It doesn't look good, but it plays so smooth when I'm playing something else. So yeah. But yeah, that's what's happening there. And this is today. And I'm doing it manually because it's faster than clicking it, I found out. Probably seen in the past I've like clicked to water like this. You see how much longer that takes? You have to like turn to it, but when you have the can, it just goes. Kind of silly. I wish it was just as fast without doing that. That'd be a nice little, I know they don't do ninja fixes here, but that'd be a nice little ninja fix. Like, hey, please just make the clicking just as fast as using it on there, but whatever. It's funny, I used to think that running just 2 lines of this was like the max. I was like, no, I can't do it anymore. There's no way to fit anymore. Then I saw like a little video on how to run a whole extra row and get you up to 20 per run, which is nice. And I like that it's like even, so you get to 100 after a couple. And in theory, I have it set up so I could do one of these, and then while this is still growing at the very end, I just swap over to this one. Because they don't die anymore once they're like fully grown. And then it gives 40. You know, I'm going to do that. So I do this, and you see that these are still growing, and rather than waiting, we do maximum grind, and we run over here and start on this side. Now, we won't even get them all here by the time those grow, but we'll have started a new batch already, basically is how it works. It's not about getting them done at the same time, it's about starting a new batch and then going. And then when I get to the point where I'd be like, oh, I'm done with these, I start harvesting those. And then I harvest them all, basically. It's an all-in-one harvest, but we start over there. Which I don't know if that saves any time in the end, but it feels more efficient. And then I have a whole full tithe farm, which is pretty cool to see. I probably even technically have time to do the one little bit. Let me zoom out. The one little bit on the map in this corner, there's another little farm patch. It's tempting to now, on my way over here, to set that one up, but I'd have to run back to it. I don't know if I'd have time. Honestly, I think that one's just kind of doomed to forever be fallow. Never have a thing in it. I am probably going to have to, I'm probably going to want to, after my first 100, run to the bank, and just open it real quick so that the Twitch add-on works, so you can see into the bank. Because at the moment, I think it's down if I haven't looked in the bank in a while. Let's see. I don't know, you can still see my stuff from like the last time I was playing. So it's a little different at this point. It's not like updated, but still. See the disorganization. You can look through my bank. I really like that feature. I don't know why. I'm not trying to hide anything in there, so it's kind of neat to just be like, check out what's in my bank. You could turn it off, but I dig it. Also, it's almost time for my yearly check from Twitch. My $60 for the year. And I think I'm going to use it to buy Borderlands 4. Or better, more accurately, I'm going to buy Borderlands 4, and then when I get that check, I'm like, yes, they have paid for it, and then I'll use that to buy something else at some point, but that I would have spent that money on. What is a song? Cinema outing, viewing 2. Oh, it's like a spooky cinema outing. That's great. I really need to go through and remove all like the cinema outings and the various outings. It's been years, and they keep, every time I pop up, I'm like, what the fuck is this? All right, and now we're good. Right over here. And we start harvesting. This goes pretty quick though, so we might actually finish harvesting by the time these are done growing. Possible. Also, I think we do these diagonal runs to like engage run, maybe? I don't know. I don't know why it's diagonally set. I saw these and I followed them. I do as the crystal guides. It is activities like this that I'm really glad that I have a mouse with an with an optical sensor, not a physical switch, because of how much I'm clicking. I would wear this thing out so fast. Because I've worn out many a mouse, and this one has lasted, I think, the longest of any mouse, and it's because I specifically went for the optical switch this time, and it was worth it for someone who plays RuneScape, honestly. Or any game where clicking is intensive, like a shooter or whatever. You're using your left click a lot. Now, I can definitely feel a difference in my left and right click. There is some mechanism that is wearing down, but I don't know what it is, other than maybe just the sound of the clicking. It still makes a sound, because people expect their mouse to make a sound, because normally it's a physical switch. Because it's an optical switch where it just cuts off a laser, and that laser says, oh, you've clicked. There shouldn't actually be any clicking. So I don't know what is causing the clicking sound, but that's probably wearing down whatever that is. Maybe it's an optical switch with a fake physical in there that just makes a clicking sound. So the way, like, they have those non-mechanical keyboards that have mechanical sounding switches in them, and they tout them as like mechanical hybrids. Okay. Okay. We start again. All right, this will get us up to 80 with the whole pattern. Oh. 1 second, I gotta ban a guy. There we go. You can't see it half the time, but there's like chatters that'll come in that like I've already banned. It's just like the same bot coming in like, hey, buy viewers. And I'm like, no, fuck off. Again, for the millionth time, bots. I wish I could tell the bot owner, like, hey, dude, I'm not gonna buy your viewers. I'm never gonna buy your viewers. Stop bringing your bots in your channel. You are actually wasting your time. I know it's not a lot of time you're wasting, but you're wasting it. I don't stream for viewers. I stream because I like to talk. I like to perform. I like to, you know, play games. I like to have a reason to play games. You know how nice it was to be like roommates and stuff. Like, oh, you do this thing. And I'm like, no. I'm streaming right now. And it's like a guaranteed, like, I can't leave. It's in the middle of a performance. I have like these 4 hours where I'm like, I am locked in to playing games essentially. And not only that, like fucking I don't know. I kind of like I like having just a few people hanging out. I think if I had a big stream, I don't know if I'd continue doing it. To be fully honest, I really like having a small group of people that come by, and it's more like we're just hanging out on the couch playing the game together. You know? I don't know. My phone rang. Where the hell is my phone? Oh, there it is. But at least Twitch is very good at being like, hey, this is probably a ban evader. So they're like restricted. But yeah, no, I'm good, brother. Stop sending me bots. I don't want them. I appreciate the bots that will like follow me and then get banned, and then I guess the follow count does go down, but like I still appreciate that. I know it's only at 167, so we're like as close to 100 as we would be at 67, but I feel like we're so close to 200. I know we're not, but big number. Big number. Imagine walking, I mean, even a 167 is a big fucking number. Imagine walking down the street and having 167 people following you. Like just following you down the street. You're like, what the fuck's going on? Why are there 167 people behind me? You know? A lot. It's a lot. Kind of get like blown out of proportion on the numbers because of how like everything else is. We're like, oh, it's nothing worth. Like I put out a short recently that has like 1.4K views or something, and my first thought is like, oh, that's not that much, but it's nice. You know, it's nice to have something with something, and like it's kind of neat to see. And then I'm thinking about like, well, okay, a thousand, almost a 1,500 people looking at you playing a game is wild. You know, 30 seconds of you dying in Dark Souls. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. And I'm honestly, truly honestly hoping it stays at about that level whenever I put like shorts out and stuff. That's why part of why I do it so infrequently, because I like sharing it as like almost an inside joke with about 1,000 people or less. You know, definitely less, but like an inside joke to be like, hey, look at this funny thing, and they go, ha ha ha, that was funny. Anyway, and they move on with their life, you know, or haha, that was funny, and then they don't share it because they're like, oh no, I'm the one that's gonna find this funny. That's perfect. That's perfect. Just a little like, I don't know. I had one thing go viral once, and I did not like it. It was a review I made on a Steam game, and it got really seen because it got posted on Reddit because people thought it was funny, and everyone was like, blah, 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 blah. It's the reason why my main channel has, YouTube channel has like 500 subscribers or something, because I was like, oh, here's my YouTube channel, I guess. I don't do anything on it, but people were asking for it, so, and they don't know why they subscribed. They've forgotten why they subscribed to me. So occasionally when I post stuff on the main channel, they're a little confused. But mainly, that's why I've been posting mainly on the VOD channel for like shorts and all the long form VODs. So if you're watching this on the VOD YouTube channel, hello. I'm hiding from my other channel. It's funny is the original comment that got all popular was basically me being like, hey, I'm going through, I'm playing each of my games on my library for an hour, giving each one an hour, and seeing how I feel about it. And then leaving a review. And my reviews were often quite short, but because I had this preface of like, I'm playing through each of my games, I'm only playing them for an hour. Here's my review. When I got to one game, I was like, I'm too dumb for this game. And that was my review. So everyone thought it was funny that I spent this whole, like, I'm playing all of my games, playing them for an hour. Like, it was a whole big, like, preamble for, I'm too dumb. But it was a thumbs up. Like, because that's the other problem with me in reviewing games. I'm always like, I can always find positives in it, so I always give it a thumbs up. Like, someone will like this. I'm always the someone will like this crowd. Because I've frequently been someone, like the someone who will like a thing. When everyone hated No Man's Sky, I was so into that shit. I put 100 hours in before I realized everyone was saying it was bad. You know what I mean? Like, now it's only gotten better to me. Like, I've really enjoyed it since then. But like, I don't know. So there's always someone who will enjoy the thing. Like, I've made a couple of games and they're shit. They're absolute garbage, but someone has enjoyed them. I've gotten people to be like, when's the sequel? Like, in the comments or whatever. And it's like, never. I thought there would be one at one point, and then I went, no. Actually, fun fact about that one. One of the games that was most popular for mine is a game on Game Jolt called Doorways. And the concept was that you are basically traveling through a mental space, essentially, and you go through doorways. What I wanted to do was I wanted to practice making new environments. So the game was designed around the idea that you go through this door, and you're in an entirely new environment with entirely new mechanics going on of what you need to be doing. That was sort of the gist of the whole thing. And, yeah, that was sort of the gist of the whole thing. So, the, what was I gonna say? I got distracted by a message. Oh yeah. I don't want to spoil it. I'm just going to go play it. But the point is that you're going through sort of a mental landscape with these doors, and I voice acted in it. Like, I was the only person working on it, so I did like a voiceover. And this was I was like 18 at the time when I made this thing, and I made it. I put it out, and years later, I'm talking like I'm 25 or something. I think this was like during the pandemic. I'm looking through Steam, and I see a game on Steam called Doorways. I'm like, oh, that's funny. It's the same name as my game. And I go and look, and the game is the same structure. You're in an area, you go through a door. You're in a new area, you go through a door. You're in a new area. It's like, it probably has the same concept. I hadn't played it, but I just figured it had the same stuff going on. And I was like, oh, damn. Someone stole my idea and sold it on Steam. That's crazy. Like, I don't care. That's good. I wasn't ever going to make that, but that's crazy. And then I looked at the date it was published. And I'm like, wait, when was my game published? And the Steam Doorways was published like 4 months before mine. So I just happened to have, like, legitimately just happened to have the same idea at the same time. And it's just really funny to me. I was like, damn. No one has any original ideas anymore. Like, not anymore, but like, at all. No humans have had an original idea in the existence of ever. We're all just having the same ideas, and only some of us actually make them, you know? I'm sure we were not the only 2 people in that planet at that exact time who went, what if we made a game where you walk through a door and you're in a new area? So yeah, that's the story of that. I'm just really glad that no one came at me with like a, oh, you stole this idea, because I had no idea it existed, well and truly. And there's no way I could say, like, if you look at the games, you're like, there's no way these people, one of them didn't steal from the other. Legitimately, it just happened. It was convergent evolution, where it just happened in a vacuum. It's crazy. It's one of my best examples of, like, even if something looks hella plagiarized, you don't always know if it is. It probably is. 9 times out of 10, yeah, probably hella plagiarized. But there's that 1 time out of 10 where someone just happened to have the exact same idea. I think we might even use the exact same door texture because it was free on the Unity store at the time. Like that kind of shit, where things look like it's like a direct copy. I'm gonna go find it on Steam real quick. This is Doorway's old prototype. This is a different October 5th, 2016. An immersive and twisted adventure. Were created before the official Doorways saga. Apparently they made more. Good on them. Good job, Sailbot Studios. Let's see what else we got. Oh, they made a lot of stuff after that. See, and that's the kind of stuff where it's like, even if it was at a different, like, even if it really was set up the other way, where like, I made my game, they saw it on Game Jolt, they made a real version, they made a bunch of other real versions or whatever, I would not be upset. Because this looks like it launched a whole, like, game dev career. A fairly successful game dev career that's still going. Like, hell yeah, go for it, dude. Oh, it looks like they kind of went off the rails a little bit. The Doorways games are, they kind of look like they're going nuts on them. Immersive horror adventure. Yeah, and it looks much nicer. Also, you're wondering what I'm drinking? Not water like I should be. I have a Japanese Pepsi, which is a Pepsi with yuzu in it. It doesn't advertise that it has yuzu in it. It just says natural flavors, but it definitely tastes different. It's really good. Generally, for a long time, you can only find them in Japan. It's the only place they're putting them. But they've been exporting them. You can see them if you like go to a Japanese grocery store. I don't know if you have it in your area, but I do. It'll be a Pepsi. It'll usually say Big Cola, like it's a big bottle. And then everything else is on Japanese. That generally is the yuzu Pepsis. Not always. Sometimes they're just using the bottle. I've had a couple that had the batches where they didn't have a whole lot of yuzu in them, and some where they had a lot. You could really tell. This batch, you can really tell. It's good. It makes it taste like a little bit sharper. I don't know how to describe it. It makes it feel colder, sharper. There was something about them when I was, I'm really doing one this time because it'll get us to 100. When I was in Japan, there was just something about, like, getting that, there was 100, it was 100 yen for a Pepsi that was, like, I don't know, huge. It was like two Pepsis worth of Pepsi in a can. It was a big tall boy, and it was 100 yen. And it was just amazing to come home, and it was like, the vending machine was literally right outside my house that I was living in, and so I would just buy a Pepsi on my way home every day for 100 yen that I just happened to have in my pocket, because there's always, we were carrying cash and change and stuff everywhere. So, yeah. Okay, I don't need to refresh the bank, but I'm gonna, just for fun. Deposit in the sack. Excellent. Alright, next deposit will definitely get a level. 5399. I just want to make sure I grab the same amount back. 5399. Oh, I'll do it in game. Rewards. Okay, we have 248 points, which means we could buy probably the rest of the outfit. What are we missing? Hold on. Boots we have, jacket we have a hat, so we're missing pants. I think that's it. Cool. And then we could just buy seed packs or herb boxes. Probably at herb box points at this point. I don't think it's worth it. Oh wait, no. Do I own the seed box? I don't know. I don't know if I own the seed box. We'll go look when we're at the bank right now. Wee, wee, wee. Oh fuck! I love Pokemon Coliseum. I put that on the list, right? I think so. On the wheel. Drop off my graceful shit. All right. Let's see if we have the seed. We do. We do have a seed box. All right, so we're good there. Oh yeah, full farmer. Look at us with our little mustache and our little ponytail. I decided to stop trying to look cool in RuneScape. I was like, I'm just gonna make a character who looks like a character. He's got the, you know, the middle part, long middle part with the ponytail and a big old mustache. I was like, hell yeah, that's my RuneScape character. There he is. What a weird little guy. What a weird little guy. What are they on, blue? Yeah, I'm still on blue. God, what's the number again? I wrote it out. Didn't I? Oh yeah, 5399. I want to keep track of like when I've planted it. 1,000 or whatever it was. Or 9,000, because I usually pick up when every time I start this grind from scratch or from nothing, like I haven't done it in a while, I do 99999 and then I just continue to do it until I'm out of Bologano seeds. Okay. Instead of going for the 100, excuse me, I want to go for the, we do 40 each time. So obviously 40 times 2 is 80. So this will be 40. So 2 runs is 80. If we do it again, it'll give us 120. But then if we do another one, we'll be at 200. So like so 4 runs would get us to 200 essentially. If I'm doing my math right. No, 5 runs. 5 runs will get us to 200. That's right, because 5 times 4 is 20. So we do 5 full runs, and then it'll get us to 200 right off the bat. And then if we did another 5 runs, it's not going to take that long. We're not going to deposit anymore. We opened the bank, so the bank thing works now. For sure. It's been updated. So we are going to just, from now on, until the end of the stream, we will not deposit, and then we'll do a giant deposit at the end of the stream. We're probably going to go over. If I'm optimistic, I'm going to say we're going to go over 70, but that's okay. Or we might just make it, or we might not. I don't know. Either way, I'm hoping to get way closer to 70 today. This is why this stream is going to be just this. It's going to be a lot of me talking. It's going to be one of the more talkative streams for me because I need something to keep my brain going, you know? So yeah. Oh wait, actually. Huh. My partner's texting me, but I don't have the hands to reply right away. So like they get a reply every time I finish a run, basically. Also, for fun, I got them a little Jurassic Park Tamagotchi because they really like dinosaurs. And oh my god, wait, they're really gonna like that scroll deck. I just had a realization because they also really like the Necron deck, and the Necron deck is about, or the scroll deck is a token deck with the, oh my god. Anyway, so what was I gonna say? Fucking Words are hard, man. Got them a Tamagotchi, little Jurassic Park Tamagotchi, and they liked it. They really like it. It's a very cute little thing. However, the first day they had it, they don't usually wake up this early. So the first day they had it, they were like, "Stupid dinosaur started beeping at 8 a.m. It woke me up." I was like, "Oops, sorry." And then I experienced that too. And I went over and like they had to be at work at like 4 a.m. and traffic was messed up. So I woke up with them and drove them. And so they didn't have to find parking, because really it was also the parking that was messed up for Disney, because it was the marathon stuff. Anyway, when I came back to their house, I like took a nap, and while I was sleeping at 8 a.m., the dinosaur was like beep boop beep 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 boop, and I was like, no thank you, and then I went back to bed, and then at like 10 a.m. it was like beep boop. Like, okay, Christ, and I like got up and fed it, and it's funny. Also, I don't need to, but I think potentially the next grind on this is I'm gonna have to do some Slayer at some point. As you can see, I've done very little Slayer, and I was gonna go train combat on the crab, but honestly, I can't in good conscience train combat on the crab, because I need to be like, if I have 99 on max combat and then like 30 Slayer, I'm gonna look like a fool. So because I will have been a fool. Because you have to kill stuff with Slayer anyway. You might as well train combat with Slayer. So next time, anytime I want to like train combat for something, I'm gonna train it with Slayer is the plan. So, yeah, I need to do Slayer. I need to do rune crafting real bad. I've been behind on my rune crafting, but I do love Guardians of the Abyss, so it's not a huge deal. It's just a silly little mini game that I actually really enjoy doing. Same thing with Temperos. I like Temperos a lot too. Good time. And I know it's more efficient to do like the solo Temperos, but I like the multiplayer one, so I can kind of zone out. Like, I'm not after like huge amounts of points or experience. I just kind of want to like grind it out and do it with people. So yeah. Though AFK fishing, once I get to Rocktails or whatever it is, I'm never going to Temperos again. So I'm hoping that I get all the stuff from Temperos I want before I get to that point. Although, being a non-Iron Man, I don't have to rely on Temperos for like the dragon harpoon or whatever. Like, I just bought that for like really cheap actually. So no problem there. But yeah. That's the one thing. A lot of this stuff that's like, oh, I have to get this from this boss, I don't really. I can just go buy it. Which is nice. It sometimes doesn't feel great, or I'm like, oh well, I you know, I had to buy that thing, but at the same time, I'll fucking take it, man. Money is way more important in this game, and that's part of the reason, so that you can buy gear and stuff like that without having to do the hard thing. You know, there's a reason why things like the fire cape, well, the fire cape really, not the cheese cape, but like the Inferno cape is like really a big deal, because it's like, oh, no one can get that unless you do it yourself, or I guess have someone do it for you, but that's bullshit. Paying someone to fucking do that shit for you is wild. Yeah. There's a similar Inferno cape thing in RS3, but it gives you the cape based on what style you use for the fight. And at some point I have to go in and do the Necromancy one, because I only use Necromancy now for fighting. I don't use anything else. And that's pretty much the entire player base. Necromancy came out so strong and continues to be so strong. Excuse me, and just an interesting way to fight, because it's like a neutral, it's like outside of the combat triangle, so nothing is strong against it, but nothing is weak against it. It's just kind of like, you never have to worry about like, oh, this guy's weak to range, I gotta get my range set up. You're like, oh, it's just Necromancy set up, it doesn't fucking matter. It's neutral, which gives it a strength of its own, basically, in the fact that it's neutral. You never have to worry about it. So it's like the default set people take out for combat now, because like, if you don't know the strengths and weaknesses of the thing, you don't have to go look it up. You just spec it with some skeletons. Which means for leagues, I'm really excited for whatever they do for the Necromancy, like, what's it called? Combat relic. Because Leagues is coming up for RS3. Though, I will say, I don't know. I think I love necromancy. I think it was a mistake to make it a combat style. It is, or at least to do it the way they did it. It is so strong, and it really does throw out the combat triangle, which is a classic RuneScape thing. You know, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's a whole thing. But the thing at the same time, I really like necromancy as a skill. I really like everything it's brought to the game. Like when I do play RS3 occasionally, it's like I'm always focusing on something to level up my necromancy or do something with necromancy or like work on the test. You saw that when I played RS3 on the wheel stream. I was like, oh, I need to work on the tests or whatever, do some of that. It's just good. It's just fun content. I just don't know if the way they added another combat style was the best idea. I don't know. They're doing weird shit over there. There's the reason OSRS is the popular one, because it does a really good job of keeping to old school ideals while still feeling like a more modern game. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there's modern conveniences, and not everything is old school. If you really, really want very, very old school, there's like 2001 Scape or whatever it's called. 2004 Scape, which is like that private server where they're running RuneScape at 2004 levels. That stuff is cool. I'm glad it exists for the people who want it, but I like the modern conveniences. I like the modern UIs, options. I like things like that. But I also really like a game. I like RuneScape. I like a game that has the soul of RuneScape, and RS3 doesn't really anymore. RS3 is kind of its own game. It has the base core of, you can tell this was once RuneScape, but it does not feel like RuneScape in the same way. Does that make sense? Like, yes, it's still a medieval clicking simulator, and yes, it still has all the stuff there, but there's something about it that is just a different game overall. And I can't describe it to you. It's the soul of the game. There's no, like, objective, quantifiable, oh, this is why, at least for me. So, yeah. Ooh, hell yeah. Good song. Also today, because I have 3 jobs. I work at Disney. I'm doing Not Scary Farm. So if you're in California and you go to Not Scary Farm this year, I will probably see you at some point. You won't know it's me. I won't know it's you. But I'm around. Anyway, so I'm doing Scary Farm, but I'm also working at a game store, and the game store is a nice, consistent thing. I'm really enjoying that, and people there are cool, and it's a fun job. You can talk about shit like Magic the Gathering and Warhammer and stuff. I'm just hanging out, dusting shelves, moving stuff, checking stock, that kind of thing. Anyway, this is what I'm going to talk about. It's KSF. My first day to actually finally see the maze that we're doing from a performer standpoint. I've seen it before from a customer standpoint. It's going to be today in the evening. I'm really excited to see that. They're going to show us all the spots and things. I'm not going to be in there, but I'm excited to see it anyway. I'm just attached. But yeah, I'm really excited about that. I'm hyped. Clicking the bulb right now to kind of do something on the side. There we go. I really wish this was a more of an AFK grind. I know I said that earlier, but like, part of why I've put this off for so long. Like, I got 2 of my 70s in like construction and something else that seemed like it was going to be a hassle. I forgot what, but I did construction and something else in like the same week. I just was blasting through them, and I was really confident when I came into farming, like, oh, it'll be the same way. I've been really playing a lot of RuneScape. I'll blast through this one. Then I picked up WoW again, and it kind of fell off because this is a grind I don't enjoy doing exactly, but I enjoy it more than I enjoy farming, so. So that's the answer there. I enjoy it more than I enjoy farming. And that is all I need to keep doing it. What if we're gonna run out of I should have grabbed 99,999 because like, what if I'm going for 4 hours and I run out of Bologna seeds? Bologano. Eh, it's a Bologano. The Bologano plant. Everybody get the Bologano plant. The Bologano. Signore. No. There. Alright. Second row, let's go. Second row, let's go. Let's go, second row, let's go, second row. Alright. And seed. And that. Seed. That. Really glad I have this Japanese Pepsi with me. Give me just enough like sugar and caffeine to make it feel like I'm doing something. So if I come into these like grind streams that I've done a couple of times raw, I'm usually out by like 3 hours, which I might still be. We'll see. Especially when I crash from this, because I'll be on stream still when I'm start to crash from that. But like usually on these, it's a big like. Well, I start real strong early. I don't know. We'll see. It's at the moment, it's still pretty standard. The problem is usually when I'm grinding like this, I have a YouTube video going or something. And so I have something that's occupying my brain while I do this. But when I'm doing it on stream, I can't watch a YouTube video. I get to listen to my stream music, basically. And that's it. You know, it's like, and I talk to myself. Just muttering to myself about things. Which is what keeps me going, honestly. On nights where, like, I have a really late night drive, I found the best way to keep myself awake is to just, like, pretend like I'm streaming, essentially. I just start talking. Like, I just start talking to myself about nothing, about D&D, whatever, and doing voices, coming up with ideas. That's where a lot of my ideas for D&D come from, are, like, late night drives where I have to talk to myself, essentially. And sometimes I can Shanghai somebody into listening, usually my partner, I call them, and then, like, they just basically sit there going, like while I'm like, about shit. Because it keeps me awake. Unfortunately for them, hearing me talk in streamer mode puts them to sleep. So it's sometimes I end up just talking to myself anyway, or they struggle to be awake once I start doing that. But that's okay. What did I talk about? Next topic. This is the one problem with, no one's in chat yet, is that and I started a little early today because I was up early. That like speaking of which, hello. Good morning. Generally when I'm like on my own on a stream like this, I bounce from topic to topic, but it takes me a second to like think about what I want to talk about next, and if I don't think of anything that like segues from the last thing. Like right now I'm talking about stuff, and that itself is its own thing. But it does help sometimes when I have someone occasionally in chat like throw out a thing and I'm like, oh yeah, that reminds me, and then I go off on a whole 40-minute tangent. Like that is a handy part about that. What are we talking about? Oh, they put out new fucking they put out new Drakari models. They look pretty good, although one of them just looks like Shadowheart. Like, and everyone is it's become a meme now that the new Drakari model just looks like Shadowheart. Yeah, and it's funny because there's two different versions, basically not two different versions, but they here, I can pull up a 40k new Drakari. I'm gonna take a small break from the grind real fast to show you guys this. Pull up the, let's see, where's my browser? Is it the right browser? It is. Okay. You can see this is the one that everyone's like, oh, that's just Shadowheart. And it's funny. But what's funny to me, Lady Malice, what a name. It's a great example because they put out 2 models, and it's a great example. She hits on 7-ups. Is this a joke? Is this a funny joke about how Shadowheart can't make her shots in Warhammer? Yes, it is. Yes, you did it. You did a funny joke. 7-ups is impossible. But yeah, so this is Lady Shadowheart. I mean Lady Malice, and she's like pretty elf lady, who's the evil elf lady because they're all the Dark Drukhari are pretty fucked up. However, then you get another version of another Drukhari, and it's a great example of the dichotomy of them. Some of them look like this, where you'd see them, and unless you knew things about the Drukhari and knew like what their armor looked like or how they fight, you'd be like, oh, that's just an elf. Right? Like that's just an Eldar. Right? I don't know anything. Like if you're a human, you can't tell the difference between that and a regular Eldar. But then you see, oh yeah, she got a cool like tail thing going on. Oh, she's got alternate helmets. Oh, that's cool. Hold on 1 second. Send this to my buddy who plays Drukhari. 1 sec. Has alternate. Anyway. I didn't know she came with like alternate helmets, but the point is that you have her here, and then the other model that they were like showing off is this guy, and he does not look like an elf that you would see. Go, oh, that's just an Eldar. You'd be like, God, Jesus, what's wrong with him? Why does he look like that? Why is there a face on his chest? Like, what's happening? Yeah, it's the sexual dimorphism of the species, but I think this Archon has this exact Archon that's like a fucked up looking one has alternate chest options. Yeah, there they are. You can see it has boob plate as an option. So this could still be a lady Archon, but she also looks nightmarish. You can still put this helmet on her or this head on her kind of thing. It wouldn't matter. You can do what you want. Well, this helmet goes pretty hard. I really like it, except the point. I hate pointy helmets, but the rest of it is cool. But yeah, so they're giving a lot of options. But anyway, the point was that Jesus music. Hello. The point was that there's Shadowheart, and then there's fucking Jesus Christ, what are you? Shadowheart and the Drider, basically. The 2 different char things or whatever. But yeah. Drukhari's cool. I have the Combat Patrol. I'm probably going to sell it to the local game store, I think. But, or sell it to someone at the local game store. But I have another buddy that wanted it, so I'm going to offer it to him first. And if he buys it, then he will buy it. But, I don't want it on my shelf anymore. They're cool. I like them. I just don't want to carry them around everywhere I go. Like, I don't want to move. I don't want to move one day and then have to, like, pack my Drukhari that I didn't want and don't want that I got for, like, a Christmas white elephant gift. Which, by the way, that's really fun. That was a really fun white elephant. I wish we would do that again. It was a really expensive white elephant. Everyone bought a $100 to $200 box, essentially. They're like $125, $135. Basically, everyone's gift was guaranteed expensive. But we all bought combat patrols from Warhammer, basically. All different combat patrols. And we had one person who was making sure they were all different. And then we came in with our boxes and just sort of started trading them around. I ended up with the Drukhari box, which hyped about because I really wanted that box at the time. I was really into Drukhari. And I even bought a couple extras. Like I have an extra, like it's not just a combat patrol. It also has an extra box of witches. I have some witches in there. I have some reavers, which took me a while to get. I really want to paint the reavers. I still need to paint them. That's the other problem is I do want to paint them. I just don't want to keep them. So I'm probably gonna paint up the Drukhari set and then go sell them at the local game store. That's probably my plan. Unless I know someone like. My buddy Chris, who's like, hey, I want to buy your Drukhari if you don't want them. And I'm like, all right, cool. But if there's someone else at all who's like, hey, I want your Drukhari, chances are I'll just give it to them. Like, more specifically, if my partner looks at Drukhari and says, actually, those are cool, those are theirs. But if, I don't think they would. But if not, then if Chris wants them, sell them to Chris. If Chris doesn't want them, I sell them to the local game store, basically. Once I paint them, they're all going to be painted first. Because they're very, very easy paint job. I prime them black. I do some, like, silver dry brushing on them. Get some red capes on them, basically. Like, they're very, 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 very easy. They have a very simple theme, and I'm glad I chose a very simple color scheme for them. I think I called them like the silver chain or something like that. And I want to come through with my, I have a chrome paint that looks very, very chrome. Once I varnish them, come through with the chrome paint, because the chrome paint doesn't like the varnish, and redo some of the silver in chrome, specifically like the helmets on anyone that has like a helmet faceplate. Maybe some of the weapons and chains and stuff, because I made a bunch of things silver, and I'm thinking about anything that was silver, just making it that really shiny chrome. Might look really cool, it might look really bad, I don't know. I'm gonna start with the helmets and go from there. But it's funny, you can never like, whenever people make this mistake all the time when I see it like selling stuff at the local game store. Like, let's say a box they bought of stuff. Let's say you buy $100 box, we'll do flat numbers, $100 box of one thing, and then it comes with a bunch of models, and you buy a $50 box of another thing. And then you spend the time to paint them and do whatever, and then you go to the store and you say, I would like $150 for these two boxes that I've painted and are ready to go. They're like based and all that stuff. Like, I want, you know, $150 for this. No one will look at that set of models and go, yes, I will pay exact box price for these models that are already done. You know? Anyone who goes and buys already done models, they're looking for a cheaper version. They want someone to be selling it for less, basically. The cheaper the better, but they want someone to be selling it for less. And because otherwise you buy the box, you just would go buy the box and do it yourself, you know. I know there are some folks who want like a pre-painted army, but those kind of folks who are willing to pay someone to paint their army will not be buying it from the consignment case at a local game store. They're going to buy the boxes and then hire someone, pay them to do it. Like, because there are folks out there who have a fuckload of money, more money than they need, who do that, who will like, want the army of the month or whatever, and they will pay someone to paint their army for them. And that's a whole job, by the way. If you're really good at army painting, you could totally do that. I hear it's nightmarish and you really don't want to, but you could do it. But yeah, so fucking it's a very interesting like setup. But I see people do it all the time where they're like, hey, I want exactly what I paid for this back. I want to make the money back that I paid to do this. And it's like, no, dude, you paid to, basically, you bought this so that you could hobby, and then you're trying to get rid of it to save space or trying to make the money back or whatever. That's fine, but you got to understand that, like, you have to pay some amount of money in order to have the fun time you had for this hobby kind of thing. Like, no one, very rarely will you ever sell a thing at the exact box price or above it. I see also above it. People will try and make money off of their paint jobs, and it's like, brother, no one wants to go to the local game store and pay more for a pre-painted army. If I'm going to the local game store and I'm looking at the consignment case and I see a whole army's worth of stuff, it better be like $200 at most, you know? Even though an army, like a full army, is probably closer to 5, maybe 6, depending on what army you're playing, you know? I don't want to pay full price. Like, I'm looking for incredibly cheap if it's pre-painted, because chances are, for me at least, I won't like your color scheme. I'm gonna have to strip it and repaint it anyway, so it's gonna be more of a hassle for me to get this than to just get a new box, right? Now you get more models kind of thing, but like right now I think in my LGS there's a whole Necron army, basically 2,000 points of Necrons. It's all of it you would ever need. And most of it is unpainted. They're like primed, and that's it, which is a really good setup. Like, they're pre-built. If you don't like building, it's perfect. They're primed. They're not painted. But it's like $700, which is basically box price. And it's not low enough. No one's going to go and drop $700 on an army like that. Especially not one that's not meta right now. Like, if I went and I tried to ask for, like, there are some things that you probably could ask for, like, above box price or box price. Like, right now, Death Guard's really, really popular. I have a Death Guard force, about 1,000 points, including Mortarion. I have about 1,000 points, and I I don't know. I don't want to sell it, so I'm not going to. I really like how I painted those dudes. I'm going to keep those probably forever. Even if I never play them, I really like the way I did those guys. But in general, like, because it's popular right now, because Death Guard is, like, big at the moment, it's very easy to just... It would be very easy to sell it full price, painted. Someone would be like, oh, fuck yeah, pre-painted half-done Death Guard army, or, like, half of a Death Guard army. I'll pay full price for that because it's popular right now. It's the flavor of the month. I want to play the flavor of the month. That kind of stuff you can do. But something like Necrons, right now no one's doing it. Or Tyranids. There's a whole Tyranid box that's like a way, like box price or more. That's not going to sell. Even right now, I have a small box of Tyranids that are just they're just built, not painted or primed. And then I have a primed Warcry box in there right now because I didn't really want to play it. I just wanted to, like, I had this thing where I was like, oh, I want to play this. I want to get these models. I want to have them in case I ever play Warcry. And I came to a realization recently where I was like, I'm never going to play Warcry. It's just not going to happen. And I have no interest in painting these models. Like, they're just going to stay primed forever. I'm taking up space. So they went to the LGS. And basically, I put them for like $5 under box price. But I'm going to drop it. I put them there to start because I was like, someone might buy them at this price, but I was pretty sure no one was going to buy them at this price. Generally, what I do when I price myself out is, let's say a box is $50, right? I will have it. I will start off by having the price. Let's say, okay, I paid $50 for it, $25, and then I will increase it by like 10 to 15% or whatever. So it's like $35 total, kind of thing, so that it's still like a 25% or 30% decrease. But it's an easy way for me to do the math, essentially. So yeah. Hey Goop, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Have good work today. I like how Nightbot and Nightbot and Verbot comes after you. I'm going to recharge some marbles. Oh, because I said I might lose my marbles. I was like, what? Actually, I'm going to go edit Nightbot real fast. Commands. Lurk. Remove. There we go. Nightbot will no longer say, thank you for lurking, but Verbot Sparrow will continue. By the way, I'm really proud of the name of that bot. Verbot Sparrow. It's just funny to me. I'm just very proud of it. Stinky glitch. The goop emote. Do marbles recharge? Like, I had some and then they go away and I generate new ones? Yeah. Yeah. Eventually. Some people, the recharging of the marbles breaks, and that's when, you know, when they completely lose them. But, yeah. They do recharge. But don't get the OG ones back. No, they're different marbles. And this is why, this is the actual medical reason on why trauma changes people's personalities. Because they lose their marbles, and then they have to recharge new marbles, and the marbles are different, and they're different colors, they're different shapes. Yeah, that's a real medical reason. Oh, that's okay. You got new ones. Better ones. Also, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just a soft little bird. But anytime I see any sort of emote or something where it's like looks genuinely sad and is crying, I feel bad. I'm like, no. Like just that little Twitch emote of the little sad Twitch guy crying. I'm like, no. Like I feel it in my soul. Like how your hair is new hair every 7 years. Yeah, exactly. And for me, I have less hair every 7 years. Woo! Ugh. That's called empathy, bird. Okay, yes, but it's an extreme amount that I don't want. I don't need that much. I don't need to see a sad emote and go, no. You know what I mean? That's too much. Undo some. Remove. Like, I watched an animation the other day. And it's an animation about Peak. Me when I see the little jelly cats getting fed too much. Yeah, exactly. I saw this peak animation where a climber like falls off a cliff, and the entire time he's falling off the cliff, he's like crying because he knows he's gonna die, right? And he looks in his backpack, and there's fucking Bing Bong, and he grabs Bing Bong and just hugs Bing Bong for the last few seconds of his life. And I was like, ugh, like sitting there watching it, getting all misty-eyed over a fucking peak animation. Like, yeah, too much. Actually, there was a song when I was a kid, like a Christmas song, that I have to be careful talking about because it's so fucking sad that it's like, it hurts me still. But the gist is, basically, it's a really cold Christmassy, like, snowy night or whatever. And there's a mouse outside that's dying. And a cat goes out to, like, hug the mouse to keep it warm. And the cat dies in the night instead of the mouse, but saves the mouse. And I'm just like, ah! Ugh. Gotta do a little head shake after that one. It was like one of those things that, like, still to this day, gets me enough, and you can hear it in my voice right now, gets me enough that, like, if I'm ever acting in something and I need to, like, cry, which has happened, like, once or twice. I've had to, like, cry while I'm doing a thing, like a YouTube video for my friends or something. I just start talking about that song with someone, or I start thinking about it. Done. It has been a great tool. It's been a great acting tool for many years. And I haven't heard it since the first time. I don't need to. I don't need to hear it ever again. Ugh. It's in there. It's in my brain. I gotta shake it off. Ugh. Quick. Give me Warhammer. Selma Drukari. Honestly, I have a whole list of things I need to, like, pull out and I want to go sell. Because I've got too many things. And there's more things I want, and I'm not gonna be able. I don't want to get more things until I get rid of the things I don't want anymore. Excuse me. Like, honestly, might be controversial. People who know me or know what I do in with Warhammer stuff, I kind of want to sell my demons. I don't ever play them. They show up sometimes in my CSM army, but they're not, like, they're only there because they don't have enough CSM, and partly that's a space thing. Want to sell my demons. I need to do something with my Death Guard. I don't know where to put them. They're just taking up a bunch of space. I have a couple of models I don't want, like Abaddon, where it's like, I don't want to sell Abaddon, even though I'm never going to use him, because he was a gift from a friend who I still hang out with and play Warhammer with, and I don't want to one day have him go like, oh, just bring Abaddon. I'm like, oh, I sold him. You know? Like, I sold the free Abaddon you gave me that you purchased. I sold him and then used that money to buy other things. That would feel like shit. So, like, there's stuff I don't want anymore, but I also, like, I don't know. I might just have to keep for eternity. It's tough. Although it might even be fine to keep and just take sometimes. Because Ab is Black Legion. He'll work with anybody. Even if it's not Black Legion that he's working with. So it's not a huge deal. But that's the problem with the demons, is, like, the demons will go with in any army, essentially. Like, I want to sell my war dogs. I don't really want them. But they're not, I don't know. I feel bad, because those were also a gift. Although they were a gift from people I don't necessarily like anymore. They did some bullshit. But fucking, still, they were still a gift, you know? So, like, don't want to exactly sell the war dogs, but I probably will. They're not quite done either. I never fully finished them, painting them so they look like garbage. I don't know. Might just sell some half-painted war dogs. But like the demons, sorry, I got distracted about the war dogs. The demons go in any fucking, army. Any chaos army basically has the option to bring demons. And that's cool. I like that. And it looks like they're trying to get rid of the demon codex. It's weird. I think they might be trying to remove demons as a faction and then just have it be demons go in other factions. Like, you bring demons and they become part of the... Like, right now, Emperor's Soldier Codex has demonettes officially as part of their codex, not just as allies, I'm pretty sure. Which means they're probably going to be doing that in 11th edition, where they, which is probably coming soon. God damn it, I fucking hate how often they do new editions. Anyway, in 11, and the problem is like, just play 10th. Like, just play 10th with your buddies. And it's like, yes, everyone's going to swap to 11th. Like, if I want to keep playing with my friends, I have to swap to 11th too. So, like, every time they come up with a new edition, it's like, okay, well, your other stuff is pointless now. Anyway, unless we ever find an edition that we just, like, love and we stick to that forever. Who knows? That could happen. Especially if your gaming group was insular enough, you could be like, no, we're not going to buy the new edition because we're not interested in what it's got. We're going to keep playing this edition because it works for us, like that kind of thing. Like when people, like, kept playing 3.5E years and years and years after 5th came out. Like, they just always played 3.5. And they just continue to because that was what their group liked doing for D&D. But anyway, 11th, I'm guessing. My prediction is they're going to remove the Chaos Demons Codex, make it not an army anymore. And they're going to say, if you want to play Chaos Demons, you need to have the army that is attached to that god. Because there's now one of every god for the CSM. So, like, if you want to play your Nurgle Demons, play Death Guard. If you want to play your Khorne Demons, play World Eaters. If you want to play Slanesh Demons, play Emperor's Children. And if you want to play Tzeentch Demons, play Thousand Suns. Like, they're going to be like, those are your options if you want those things. So what's probably going to happen, and this is why I'm holding on to my demons for now, is I'm going to wait until that happens, because I think it will, and then give my Tzeentch Demons, said I want them, to my Thousand Suns buddy, so he can have them. Give my Khorne Demons to my World Eaters buddy, so he can have them. Give my Slanesh Demons to my Emperor's Children buddy, so he can have them, because I have all these, I have people who play all these things. And then keep the Nurgle Demons myself, because I like the Nurgle Demons, those are the ones I like. The rest of them, I'm whatever on them. I really like this one Slanesh model I really like, where she's using the dude as like a harp, where she's pulled out his back muscles or his like tendons and has turned them into a harp with his like extended bone arm or whatever. That one I like, but I will still give that one up. Yeah. But actually, I'm gonna check on the app right now because we share don't tell Games Workshop. We share a 40K app, essentially like an account. So whenever we buy a codex, it's a codex for the entire play group, which no one really needs it. It's not like, oh, we have 3 different orc players. Everyone plays a different army, so we're all still buying our codexes. But basically, what it's doing is allowing us to look at the stuff the other players have without having to go to Wahapedia. You just use the app. So if I go here and I make a new Emperor's Children force while I'm harvesting on my phone, let's see, just real quick. Emperor's Children, so 2,000 points. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's go with Carnal of Excess. You think it's the one with demons? You can include legions of excess units in your army, even though they do not have the Emperor's Children faction keyword combined. Okay. Yes, they have a detachment for demon check. They have a detachment for this. And they're not in the allied, okay. Yes, they're in the battle line, okay. So if you take the demon detachment on Emperor's Children, the demons go in the battle line and not in the main thing. And you can keep her secrets and all kinds of stuff. Can you get Infertile and Rapturous? No. Interesting. Anyway, the point is that I'm pretty sure this is how they're going to do it. That they're going to... Because they said that the Drukhari Codex is the last codex. I believe they did, at least. And the Demons Codex isn't out yet. So I think they're just quietly axing Demons this edition as full codex. And they're going to announce for the next codex for 11th, like, hey, Demons are now in the other codexes. Like, we're going to put them in these things. Which is kind of unfortunate for people who are just Demons players. I don't know what they're going to do about that. Probably just swap over to AOS. Although AOS already had it so that, like, if you play Demons, you play Demons and Humans. Like, that was how AOS already did it, and they did it mono-god instead of multi-god. So, which I think is what 40K is going to do. Because right now, Demons and 40K are bring any demons you want and just soup them, which is not really how the demons act. They don't really work together like that generally, like ever. Because as much as the humans are at war with the demons are also at war with each other. And the war in the material plane is just kind of a secondary war. The most important one is the Great Game, which is where they're constantly fighting for supremacy. The problem is with the Chaos Demons. What am I trying to say? The Chaos Gods. There we go. Is that none of them can ever have supremacy because they're all fighting all the time. So like one might be like, oh, right now Tzeentch is the strongest, but he's only going to be like that for the next 3 hours. And now Nurgle is the strongest. And like if they ever stop fighting, they lose the game and then they can't catch up, kind of thing. But they're fighting for nothing, like because they're all evenly matched. Every bit of fighting is just to keep the match even, you know? And if any of them relent, then they are behind. And so there's this constant like battle within the warp and the space, basically fighting for space and people's thoughts and emotions and stuff. And yeah, it's a whole thing. But so they never ever work together generally. Sometimes there's a light alliance between two gods that don't hate each other. Like I don't think Khorne and Slaanesh would ever work together. They just hate each other distinctly. Or Tzeentch and Nurgle are not friends, you know? Khorne and Nurgle, they're okay together. That's fine. They don't mind. They're not gonna fight. Or they're gonna fight, but they're not like, I hate this guy. They're just like, I respect this guy. I don't like what he does, but I respect him, you know? For the ones they hate, they're like, no, I don't even respect what they do. Khorne and Tzeentch, definitely one where they hate each other. Tzeentch hates a lot of people. Tzeentch and Slaanesh are the only two that really like get along in any sort of capacity. And get along, again, is a relative term. They are still trying to win and fight each other in the Great Game. But get along in the sense that, like, they are willing to ally against the other two, you know? So, yeah. It's interesting. And then when you're talking about AOS, then you have the fifth god of the Great Horned Rat, which is a whole thing, but he's kind of doing his own thing. Although 40k is Vashtor is trying to become a god so badly. He wants to be a god so bad. And he would be like the god of like technology or something, or like technological advancement or unending technological advancement. I don't know. He's the current like Dark Mechanicus god / Iron Warriors, because Iron Warriors are also very like Dark Mech coded. In fact, I've started to kit bash of Dark Mech just because it's fun. I'm not planning on having a whole army. I just like kit bashing the Dark Mech. And so I have like 2 units, but they're just like, they're not, I didn't think like, oh, what can I use for my army? I just went, these are cool. I can make something cool out of these, and then made those. But the, a lot of the pieces I've been using have been either from the Dark Mechanicus set in Legions Imperialis, because even though those are tiny, the pieces look just like mechanical, so I can just put them on anything and it looks just like mechanical with the right size kind of thing. And I've been using Iron Warrior stuff like the Warpsmith and demon engines that you could find in the CSM range, that kind of thing, for like spidery legs and stuff like that. There's this one really cool Dark Mech lady in a I was a girl. I mean, I guess that's also right, but Dark Mech lady in one of the books, I forget which one. I think it might be one of the Alpha Legion books, but I don't remember. Anyway, she basically has like spider legs, and her face is like a golden skull faceplate. Like that kind of shit is super cool. Because the Dark Mech is very like individualized. This is why they don't have an army, I think, is that like they don't, like, the Dark Mechanicus aren't an organized force. It's like 1 or 2 Magoses that are working with other Chaos forces and other Renegade forces to do stuff, and they just kind of want to be left mostly alone and being given funding, essentially, for their crazy-ass projects, right? So it's the same thing. Or not the same thing. It's basically, the problem is that they're never going to fund the whole army because they're just there to, like, fuck around and never find out. So they're very individual, and so I'm making my Dark Mech Force look like it's all sort of run by the same kind of dude that has the same proclivities. So I'm using a lot of Night Haunt parts too, because like they have a lot of skulls with like blindfolds and stuff on them, and like scythes and things. Like I basically grabbed a box of accidentally grabbed a box of the spooky scythe Night Haunt, and then turned out I didn't need them. Yeah, whatever. I already had them. I thought I was buying Dread Scythe Inheritance, which also reminds me, I need to buy a box of Dread Scythe Inheritance. That's like my next Warhammer purchase before I buy any more Dark Mech stuff. I'm gonna wait till I have LGS store credit, but I'm gonna talk to, when I go in to sell some stuff later this week, I'm probably gonna talk to the guy who orders the Warhammer stuff and say, hey, can I add some Dread Scythe Inheritance to the order, because boy howdy do I need them. Because like they're online only basically, and I can't get them anywhere else. Might as well support the local the LGS. I could probably get a message him after the stream on Discord. Okay, so calculation-wise, we started not putting things in the sack at like what, 40 minutes? So we're like 20 minutes away from an hour of tithe farm without putting stuff. We had a stack of 200, right? No, we had a stack of 100 we put away. So we'll just, whatever we have, we just add 100 to the end, and that's how many we did in the stream. Plus 100. Whatever we have, plus 100. I'm gonna get a little bakery snack and then go to my beautification ritual in a bit. What is that? I saw that on the thing. I saw that on the calendar. What is the beautification ritual? What does that mean? Is there like a goat? Oh, also, before you go, while you're typing up definitely a goat involved. While you're typing that up, I was looking at the Bloomburrow decks again. I really think you would like the Squirrel deck. I think that's on the list of getting you at some point, because like it's just like the Necron deck you were playing the other day, but with squirrel tokens also. Like every time it was like artifacts, it would be like squirrels instead, kind of thing. I'm just saying. Keep my brows, lashes tinted, nothing exciting. Okay. That's not like the goat. I really like the Necron. Hell yeah, okay. Then the squirrel deck would probably be good. We'll see. I mean, maybe. We'll see. But I was just thinking about it, like, if you really like the Necrons, it probably is the right, because it's like a necromancy squirrel. Like, the main squirrel, I think, is necromancy, so it's like meant to be pulling stuff from the graveyard and or doing necron-y stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I'm whatever on that deck, so feel free to grab it whenever. Anyway, have a good bakery snack. Good luck on the crowds, and good luck on your beautification ritual. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm doing my leveling ritual. Ugh. What else? What else I got? Yeah, so I think the demons are going to be split into their own shit. Into their own CSM-like thing. I'm just trying to squeeze gauge how soon I need this game. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, so that's what I think is going to happen with them. But I have other things that I want to sell that are just sitting at the bottom of my case. Not even all D&D, or not even all 40k and Sigmar stuff, like Warhammer. Some of it is just like D&D stuff I don't want. Like, I don't think my sibling watches these. They bought me years ago a set of models, and they are... how do I put this? There's a lot less clothing on those models than I think there should be on like a spooky demon model or whatever. And I painted a couple of them, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. I painted them so that they got to see that I painted them, and then I've just left the rest sort of sit. And I'm like, I don't know if I really want these sitting around. So those might get yeeted too. Although I don't know if I want to sell those at the LGS either, because then I don't want the like, are you guys selling the Gunnar models? Like, so those might just get quietly placed somewhere, or given to a friend who'd want to paint them, turn them, or kit bash them to something. Yeah. Ugh. But like, there's a couple of like, I bought an old world model that I bought specifically for D&D, and then I never thought of a way to use it. So I'm like still sitting on one of the Tomb King models. So I'm like, oh, I would use this in D&D, and then it's just there. I haven't painted it. It's just sitting there. And it's big too. It's not a small model. I don't know why. I honestly, sometimes I'll buy a thing and I think like, oh, I'm definitely gonna use this. It's gonna be great, and then I build it and I'm all excited, and then within a week I'm like, man, I really didn't need this. So I'm worried that a lot of the stuff that I get, that I'm gonna be doing that to myself. But I've started to be able to like feel stuff out. Like if I only want one model from a range, right? If I look at the range and I go, I want this one model, then I know that I'm gonna buy it and then I'm not gonna want it later. You know what I mean? So if I get like, if I see a range and I'm like, I want all of these, I want to build and paint all of these, I want to come up with a cool color scheme, that kind of thing, then I know that it is something I'm actually interested in, and then I'm willing to buy a box, because I know I'll buy more boxes in the future. Like the Dark Mech stuff, I started looking at, like, once I saw the Dark Mech stuff on Legion Imperialis, I was like, oh, this could be used not just for 40k, but also just like as a baseline for like a color scheme for Dark Mech, and like it's real. Dark Mech can kind of exist now if you're like, you sort of put it together, and like the pieces are there. The pieces are all there. You just need to glue them together. And I got real excited and started looking at like alternate models and thinking about color schemes and looking at all of the models in the regular Mechanicus line and seeing like how would I Dark Mech them and thinking them through, and that kind of thing was very like, okay, I really actually do like this a lot. This is something that I would be interested in doing as a long time project. Though it would be kind of funny if I started doing this as like a long-term project and they were like, just kidding, Dark Mech is real and it's here. Here's your models. But whatever. I don't think they would, honestly. I think they're going to introduce more Dark Mech models into CSM, but I don't think they're going to give them their own army, because I don't think there's enough stuff for it. I think it's like Harlequins, where they just wouldn't have a full army there. And I think they learned their lesson, hopefully, with Votann, where they were like, oh, Votann, it's a new army, and then they only had half an army for years, and they finally just got the rest of their range, like, a couple weeks ago, you know? Like, you can finally play a full Votann army now, after years of them being out. Like, Votann came out, what, like 2020? It's been 5 years, and they finally got the rest of their range. And even then, it's not even that much. I don't know. So I don't think they would do that with Dark Mech. I think there's not enough stuff for them to do it with. I think they would just incorporate it into CSM, essentially. They take it as like, anybody can take these models, here's some Dark Mech dude. Like how they do with the cultists, you know? There's no cultist army, but you can take cultists in CSM. There's a bunch of different cultist models, like the Demagogue and the cults and the Cursed cultists and things like that. Like, you know, the Traitor Guard don't have their own army. They're just part of the CSM stuff. That kind of thing. Hey Moog, you're getting a little intense for this farming run. Or farming session. What's extra funny is that, like, I do get a little bit of farming experience when I harvest a thing, and it's just enough that I might actually level in farming before we deposit all these guys, all these, like, fruit. We'll see. I'll see when we harvest this next batch, like how much experience we get. I think it's like 3 per. And we know there's 40 fruit, so we can do the math on that. It's only gonna be like, it's like 120 experience per run. And we need, what, 9,473? I think it's 3. Hold on. We'll find out for sure, but like, I never really listened to the Moog music. It's really good. Holy shit. Dark Souls music is always good for. I need to set up playlists on Apple Music for combat and stuff. The other night I went to go run D&D and like I did not have any of the songs I needed. I forgot to set up playlists because I'm so used to just using my Spotify playlists, and I haven't transferred them. So it was like a whole thing. I was like, fuck, and I had to like go through and I had a YouTube video, and then we had ads and like. Okay. Let's fill up the can. Ricoler's can. Alright, right over here. How much do we get from one plant? 15. Okay, 15's not bad. Times 40 is 600. If we have, so there's, I get 600 experience per run. So we have 9,458 divided by 600. It's like 15 runs and we'll level up. I think we can do 15 runs in the next 3.5 hours. No, 2.5 hours. 15 runs is probably possible. Which means yes, we will get to level 66 before we turn these fruit in, which will get us just a one step closer to being able to just, because the amount of experience you get is based off of what level you are when you drop the fruit in, and what fruit you're using. But like we're using the highest fruit we can, and like we wouldn't be able to change to the better fruit until 72. And I doubt we're getting to 72 with what we have. Or what we're going to have. But we'll see. I also have a couple of like Trench Crusade models that it turns out I didn't actually want. That I made on Hero Forge. Like, they're cool, but they're not like hyper exciting to me. But again, printed by a friend, I feel like I need to store them, at least. And I've got some weird, like, hyper-specific kit batches I've made. Like my mono-wheel orc. Okay, so then it's 14. So it's 14 point something, and then I get 15 when I hit that point something mark. Yeah, it finally builds up to 15 at some point. Interesting the way it's showing that math, but... Okay, so 15 to 16 runs, what we're looking at. Ugh, I was hoping the 15 because that'd be like a nice even, you know, another... a nice even like... What, 600? Something like that? I don't think we're getting through this seed pile, thankfully. Because we're not even past the 5K mark. But it was always a possibility. It could have happened. Though I have done 4K of these seeds already. Just getting here, I guess. I'm gonna have a lot of points, too. I don't know what to spend them on. Sorry, Googling stuff. See if there's someone talking about like herb sack is great for Slayer. Let's save tons of extra Slayer points. We've already bought it. Seed box helps for Slayer math. Yeah. I'm gonna have the herb sack. I see. Yeah, I have the herb sack and I have the seed box already. The full farmer's outfit is not efficient, but I bought it anyway. Yep. Grape seeds are pretty good because I guess they're for like farming Zamorak wines if you want them. Auto weed is a huge priority for me early. Yeah, already got that. Yes, I have that. I'm looking for good for non-deep wildy method of obtaining a decent number of Zami wines through grapes. You know, she need a blessing or something for the lady upstairs. Green log. I mean, I think I have that, right? Like, I have them all. Oh, you know what? Let's check the fucking. Let's check. Actually, let's check after this because we're slowing down and we're behind schedule. I can tell by looking at the plants. Yeah. Once these are alive and fully, like, good, we'll check the collection log and see where we're at in terms of this. See if it actually logs it. And if we're missing anything. Yeah, I bet you that extra experience from the harvesting is coming from the full farmer's outfit. That one extra experience that's like 3% or something, so it's not a huge amount. But it's just enough to give you one more experience per run or whatever. Although a lot more when there's a big farming drop. Because, like, you know, 3% of 100,000 is 3,000 or whatever, right? Like, so it does build up when you're doing a big drop of experience, but not by that much. A whole lot of bongos in that song. Okay. A quick collection log, speed, mini games? Tithe farm. What are we missing? Oh, we don't have the herb sack. Or the farmer's boots. Shit. Wait, I have... Why do I have 2 of these? Do I really have... Did I buy 2 of these? Am I stupid? Am I just not wearing them? What? I might be stupid. Well... use that more often to figure out what I have instead of just trying to remember. Why wasn't I wearing it then? I feel like if I had them, I would have worn them. I feel like the collection log is actually remembering... I don't know. I feel like that's an add-on collection log. I don't know if it's a plug-in collection log or not. But if it is, it might be remembering a different account where I also... Because I did do some tithe farm on another account, and I did buy just... that part of the outfit, I'm remembering. But herb sack, okay. I don't have it. If I go back to my bank and I find that I have a farmer's outfit and pants, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. So why the hell wasn't I wearing them, you know? Definitely have the stuff right now to buy the... Aren't I wearing the boots? I'm wearing gardening boots, which are not the farmer's boots. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay. I have the points right now. I just don't want to, like, leave. I want to have that full stack when we finish the stream. So, I'm missing out on some XP because I won't have the boots. But we'll buy them after. That'll be part of the fucking... the point explosion. Because you do get more points for doing a stack of 100. So we should be getting a plenty amount of points to get both the herb sack and the boots. If not, I'm going to lose it. Classic fucking login music. Back when you still needed to log in. I should drink some water. I'm talking like nonstop. I can feel it. Ugh. Lube up the throat a little. Excuse me. I keep looking over at my case of models, like what I want to get rid of. I might build a that might be part of today's activity after stream, building a spreadsheet of models to sell. I'm putting the prices in and stuff. I even have like, ooh, I could have an automatic pricer where I put a thing in and it says like, oh, I paid this much for it. And it goes, oh, then it would be this amount kind of thing. Yeah, actually, I'm going to put a reminder in for that. Hey, Siri. Remind me in an hour and... No, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Remind me to make spreadsheet for models. Ooh, that's close enough. Okay. Yeah, I could really set up a nice little like, hey, I'm gonna do this, this, and this. Yeah, when am I ever gonna... Okay, explain the Tomb Kings bottle I bought. If you don't know, Tomb Kings are Egyptian skeletons. I bought a Tomb Sphinx, essentially, or something Sphinx. It's a big-ass fucking robot Sphinx thing. And I was like, oh, I'll definitely use this as a D&D boss. None of my games have Egypt in them. What am I doing? Why have I done it? You know? I don't know. It's an interesting question. Ugh. Yeah, I think I might get rid of at least everything but the Nurgle demons. I don't really want them. I think they're cool. A couple of the Tzeentch ones I think are visually cool, but I'm not hugely into them. Problem is I need to find a day in which I'm working, or a day in which I can come in before the shift, because I have a lot of opening shifts. And that makes it harder to come into the store and be like, hello, I'd like to sell things. If it's like nearby. No, I know you could add an event like that. Honestly, today might be the best time for it, but we'll see. I don't want to like rush into things. I want to make that spreadsheet. I want to think about it. Because I'm just like, oh, I'm going to sell these things, and then I might regret it later or something. I sold them for very cheap because no one's going to want to buy demon models that don't have a codex or won't have a codex. We'll see. can also enlist a trusted associate to sell them. Yeah, but then it goes under your name for store credit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if they would let... They're very anal about some stuff. I don't know if they'd be like, hey, yes, this is for this person, actually. The only... I mean, I could easily just... That's fair. I just want to collate it all. Also, I mean the rusted associate, of course. That's fair. I don't know. I fucking what's the words? I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, completely forgot. Completely blanked out of my brain. Selling models. Oh yeah, I could probably bring them before the shift, like bring them even if I have an opening shift. I just don't want to leave them in my car, so I just have a box of models behind the counter. It's not the worst thing. I know, like, a good spot to put them too. I'm thinking about like where I could stash them away and not have them be annoyed, messed with. But yeah, again, I'm gonna make that spreadsheet. I want it to I want it to like automatically price them out for me. That'd be real fucking nice. I don't have to think about it. I just have it and just give it the default price. Hell, I'm not gonna do this, but I mean, if I really wanted to future-proof the spreadsheet, hear me out. I could put every item that is sold by the company and put its price in on a separate tab on the spreadsheet, and it just fetches the price when I put the name in of the item. I could do that. I'm not gonna, but I could do that. But it would future-proof that spreadsheet to make it like forever useful without having to add extra like. Although, unless they change their prices, which they just did, so like, and apparently that happens every couple of years. So it would only future-proof it for a couple of years, and then, like, how often am I gonna need that thing? You know. So. All right, I gotta get a new topic. It's been too much Warhammer. I don't know. The question is actually no. While I'm still here on this topic, what should the price out be? Because I think before I was doing half and 15% on top of half, but I don't remember if that was exactly what I was doing or not. I will have to like. I'll have to look because I actually have them on my Discord messages in my personal Discord. I have a list of the prices I did for something at one point. Like they're still there. I can go look and see like what it actually was. And the other question is, do I be a good guy and I use the prices that I actually bought them at and then have that, or do I use the new prices that just dropped and have those? You know, it would only be the difference of like $1, but. Oh, the new prices aren't until October, so technically they're still the old ones right now. Yeah, and I found out, by the way, that the new prices are 100% like US only new prices. I wonder why. But not on everything, because some things are made in US factories, so there are some things that are like cheaper. I overkilled someone by 90 on Magic Arena. Is that good? Yes. That's pretty good. What were you playing? What deck were you on? Were you playing Brawl or were you playing it's just like standard or historic or something? I think I've done like, I think my max on overkilling someone was like 200 something because I have a slime deck that's very, very mean on historic. We're like it has like doubling season and a couple of other cards that double tokens, and so I'll put down a slime, and the slime will be, as soon as it spawns, will be like 80, like 80s, you know, like it just entirely is a monster. I pull that one out very rarely. Also, hey Swookie, how's it going, my dude? My dude. I just noticed it was you. I've been looking at not the chat, the actual like Twitch chat, but right here you see the chat is appearing in my chat box for RuneScape. I've been looking there, and if I don't read the name, I don't realize right away it's someone else. Because it's not colored. They're not different colors here. Oh yeah, it looks like there's more token stuff. Yeah. Oh, and your Hydra? Yeah. 88 Hydra. Fuck yeah. That's cool as hell. Why do you have big wings? What's the big wings? That's just part of the map? Token lifespan on standard. Got it. Oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank, baby. And we're up to 300. We're going to be at 320. And then we do another run of 40. Or 240s. We should be at 400. Maybe 15 runs was 15 runs for the level up was optimistic. I forgot how long the whole run takes. Ugh. The Gundams take up a lot of space too. I only have one of them, but it takes up a lot of space. It's a very big Gundam. I think that might not go in the case anymore. That might just go on the shelf once I have room again. Oh yeah. 320. Let's go. So we're directly, because we turned in 400 before, we have now, during the stream, farmed 420 fruit. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Alright, the run to 400, let's go. Technically 500, because we turned in 100. I was wearing the garden boots, and I was like, yeah, I have the boots. That was dumb as hell. Really glad I got the second case though. Looking at my models, like I have two of the same case, and for a long time I was only using one case, and I don't know how I was keeping them all in one case. Like I put them into two separate cases, and now they're both full, and I didn't buy any more models really. I didn't buy that many more models. I bought like like a bunch of ghosts, and those are fine in there. Like I don't know. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that I don't want to sell my Death Guard though, because they are big chunky models and they are very much in the way of a lot of stuff. I just need better storage. I need better cases. I need better like I need like I don't know. I need different cases. I need like ones that are less aesthetic looking and just like less that aesthetic. Right now I have the Fabricore from IKEA, which is like a 1950s looking like case essentially. To store them, and I have 2 of them. I think what I really need, the Fabricore is great, but I think what I really need for these is like essentially a glass billy. Like, if you know IKEA, they're like just the regular bookshelves, but like a glass version that goes to the ceiling kind of thing, or something close to that, like about as tall as me. Cause I'm like 6'2" essentially, and then put them in those, like a big glass case that I can adjust where the shelves go, kind of thing. Because you can adjust where the shelves go in the billy, but you only get a certain number of shelves. And if I could get like something that I can buy extra shelves for, it'd be nice. And now the shelves themselves don't have to be glass. I just want a glass front, you know? Oh my gosh, 6'2", swirls hair. Well, okay, 6'1 3/4. All right, according to the doctor. Although at some point, one of my nurses, like, she took my height and she wrote it down wrong, and it had me down as 5'2" for a while. And I kept getting these fucking notifications from my doctor, because I'm with Kaiser or whatever, and they were like, and they'll notify you about shit all the time. And it was like, hey, bitch, you're grossly overweight. You are going to die. Get it fixed. And I was like, what? No. And like I'm a little chubby, but I'm not that bad. And it turns out it's because they had me down as 5'2" at my actual weight. And at the time my weight was like 250, 260. I'm like 230 now. But at the time I was like 260. And a 5'2" at 260 is way more weight than 5'2" or than 6'2" at 260. You know what I mean? And so they were like, hey. And I was like, no, I'm fine. I mean, I'm not fine. I'm not awful. And I went to the doctor at some point after that I did that, and they took my height again, and the nurse looked at me weird. I'm like, what? Like, did you just grow a foot? I'm like, what? Like, it has you down as 5'2". I'm like, I haven't been 5'2" since I was in middle school. Like, there's no way I'm 5'2". She's like, well, all right. And she even asked, like, have you been getting a bunch of messages about, like, you know, dangerous weight? And I'm like, yeah. Like, okay, those will stop. The hell is middle school? It's, you know, between elementary school and high school, that middle part. Middle school. Context clue, Squeaky. Come on. I know you're British, but you can do it. And now you have that awful disease, but awful British disease. But you got it. I believe in you. Oh, man. Real talk, though. Fucking... Dude, I went to boarding school. Oh. Well, I did not. Boarding schools don't really exist in the U.S. Not in the same way. I think a couple of them exist, but they're mostly for people who are, like... I don't know. Getting in trouble a lot or something. And they're more like juvie, but they just call them a boarding school. You know, it's not juvie, but it kind of is. There aren't a lot of boarding schools down here. It's mostly a thing we think of as a British thing, actually. Like, if you say boarding school, people will imagine, like, posh British boys running around hitting each other with socks full of nickels. Like, which doesn't make any sense, because nickels are not a coin you guys use, but you know what I mean. Like, socks full of coins. I think military. Yeah, exactly. Like, military, prison, something like, yeah. Chosh? I think prison. The difference between military and prison is not a lot. I'm gonna be honest, except that they make you work out in the military versus in prison. It's like, hey, do you want to work out? Posh, you know Posh. Oh man, I read a lot of. All right, I listen to a lot of audiobooks that are narrated by British folks because it's Warhammer, and Warhammer is always narrated by British folks, and it cracks me up every time they say the number 2. Or they say they're going to somewhere, or that it, like, you know, whatever, because they say chew, like the number 2, or they're going to, like, there were 2 of them, and I'm like, chew, like sitting there like crack. I don't know why that one kills me, but no, Kosh is a weapon like sock with something. Oh sure, yes, okay. See, I didn't know it was called. It had a name. To me, I was just like, it's a sock with money in it. And it's used to beat people up with having, like, wider, more unidentifiable bruises that don't look like fists or whatever. I'm not sure it's a spell that. I'm not a thug. I understand. I didn't even know it was a weapon name. Like, I thought I was saying posh wrong, but then it made me think about Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Actually, what day is it? It is Tuesday. For me, at least, it's Tuesday. That was one of my favorite fucking. One of the few like stupid ass jokes I made up a couple of years ago. That when I figured it out and I made up the joke, I would tell everyone, and I would just go to people like, "Hey, blank, do you know what a British person's favorite day to eat gum is?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "It's Tuesday, innit?" That was my feelings. Sorry, brother. You sound funny. As I'm sure I sound funny to you. You sound funny to me. You know, are you saying your mom sounds funny? Yes. But actually, no. Your mom... Dandy, your mom has a weird, like... She's British. You can hear... She still has the accent. But there's a lot of American... in there. It's a very good mix. Like, it's very, like, blended. Like, I've not heard her say lorry or boot or anything like that. Like, she still says trunk and truck and, you know, things like that. It just has a light flavor to it. You know what I mean? It's got some British spice. I.e. Indian spices. Yeah, now. But I also got the words. But I also forgot the word stroller a week ago. This is a low American here. Yeah. What were you saying? What did you? What's the non-right way to say stroller? I forgot. It's not nappy. That's diaper. What the fuck is? What's the pram? That's it. Or buggy. Boogie. I like boogie. That's fun to say, boogie. The British and the Australians, I know Australians because they were once British, have a very, like, fun way of describing life. Like, we're like, that's a stroller. Like, even though it's about strolling, all of our stuff is, like, very serious and sounds very business-oriented. And theirs is like, oh, like, if you go to Australia, for example, not the British example, but an Australian example, you're like, oh, what's that thing? You're like, oh, that's a wibbly wobbly. Like, okay. Americans were English too. Yes, but we kept the original accent. You guys changed. You guys said, you know what? We're going to get rid of our R's. We're going to drop the R. And we went, okay, you have fun with that. So, and actually, we adapted. Yeah. You adapted to the nobles. You gave in to what the nobility was doing. And my theory is, it was like one noble who had a speech impediment, who just couldn't say his R's in a rhotic fashion, and he was like well known or popular, maybe even a king or something, and everyone went, ah, we all do that now. Like the lisp in Barcelona, you know? Like that one I think is documented, that there was people in nobility who had a lisp, and it became fashionable. The island lifestyle affects the R. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. You gotta have a lot of forests to get that R. I guess you guys have a lot of forests. A lot of land, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Do you know why England sounds the way they do? From my understanding, it was based on the fact that there was a nobility that had the non-rhotic R, and it started to get adapted by other people, roughly around like just around 1800s or something like that. Like, it wasn't that long ago. 1700s, 1800s? No, more like 1800s. And that before that, everyone sounded very. When you imagine what pirates sound like with that like R, like hard R, that's really what all the Brits sounded like, and that became the American accent, and then got left behind for the current British accent. And that's why, in the North, where they were less connected to the nobles, where they had more like country bumpkin stuff going on. No offense. They kept a lot of their rhotic R's, and they sound kind of like this, where they have their like the R is still there, right? But it's a little bit different. It's a little bit of a combination of them. That kind of thing is like because it still has the old accent sort of built into it with the R's. Pirates had the hard R. Yep, you heard me. That's the middle, not north. Okay, well, I'm doing still people who were distant from the nobility in London. Either way, because the middle at the time was still pretty distant from London, because it's hard. There weren't in cars and shit. They kept the old accents essentially. Like, the reason why we think of pirates having the pirate accent is because the first on-screen pirate had that accent. That's just what he sounded like. Like the first on-screen pirate in a talkie, essentially. He was from a part of England where they still spoke like that, and it was very similar to the actual like way the Elizabethans were speaking right when we started being. Right when they were like, ooh, there's a new continent over there. Let's go drop people off. Also, I like to point out that word, Norwich. Norwich. I hate how you guys combine syllables. That should be Norwich. I look at that is Norwich. There are 2 syllables there. But I'm told, no, it's Norwich. And then I make fun of it, and I start calling it Norch. Because it's just like, well, all right, if we're combining syllables, why do we even have the I anymore? That's Norch right there. But that's my knowledge of where the Brits sound that way. It is 2 syllables. You just say it wrong. What? How can it be? Well, then why isn't it Norwich? That's 2 syllables. Norwich is, I guess, 2, but there's a W there. Nobody says Norwich. I know. I say that as a joke. I say Norwich to make fun of you guys. Because Norwich is funny. I'm overcorrecting as a joke. But, I don't know. Norwich. There's a W there. This is W erasure. I could say it how my family was closer to Norrish. Norrish. Yeah. Closer to Lincoln. The man? The dead president? I don't know where these things are. I know vaguely where I know where Norwich is. Because I looked it up. And I learned about their stereotype. The city you dip. No, I figured. Well, Lincoln was in Illinois, Indiana. Isn't Lincoln the name of a capital of a state? Am I crazy? I'm bad at capitals. I don't know what's fucking. There's also a London here, so I can't say anything. It's in the middle of the Shire. Okay. In New Zealand? Oh, Lincolnshire. I see. Or Lincolnshire. Is it Lincolnshire or is it Lincolnshire? Do you say the whole thing? Is this whole thing said, or am I being duped again? Am I being punked again? The second one is correct. Lincolnshire. Got it. Oh man, I had a really infuriating argument with a coworker. It wasn't really an argument, it was a disagreement, and at the end I realized he was kind of right and I kind of hated him for it. Where he was like, he was saying, instead of saying Edinburgh, he was saying like Edinburgh or something like that. Like he was doing it bad. And I was like, bro, that's definitely Edinburgh. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is. And he's like, they might pronounce it that way, but I have an accent, and my accent says it's pronounced this way. And I was like, like I was having like a, yeah, Edinburgh is how you say it. I know. He was saying Edinburgh. He was like, Edinburgh. And I was like, no, stop. And he's like, no, that's how I say it in my accent because I'm an American. And I was like, no. God damn it. And I didn't have any good way to be like, no, because that's not actually how it's pronounced. But he was like, no, but that's how I pronounce it. I was like, no, please. No, this was James. It does sound like a Devin thing to say, though. Tell them they are wrong. I tried. But he was kind of right. Like, he was wrong on how he was pronouncing it. He was pronouncing it wrong, and he knew he was pronouncing it wrong. But to him, he was saying that the way that it's pronounced wrong is how he would pronounce it in his accent, and since he has that accent, he's going to pronounce it that way. Because we don't always, like, we sometimes will adjust our speech for things when we're, like, speaking in Spanish about, like, food or something, like quesadilla. But his argument is that he could say quesadilla. He doesn't, he says quesadilla, but he said he could because it is how he would say it, those letters spelled out in his accent. Even though it's wrong, he's still correct for him. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, you're right. Edinburgh. Yeah, that's what I say. Am I saying it wrong too? Well, either way, he may have had a bad example. Yeah, no, I know. He's still wrong. He's wrong, but that's the point. And he also likes to just say shit to get a rise out of people, so I'm sure that was part of it. I love the names of towns that are like Pibblewatts on Finglebottom. Like, it's like a really long fucking name because it's like talking about like, oh, it's this city, but it's this city on this river because there's this city on this other river over here. Like, you know. It's like my made up British town name, Pimblewatts, and then the river Finglebottom. I had to go through Corkington on my way to work. Oh no, Cockrington. I can read Cockrington. Also, English is the concept of a silent GH, so if anything, an American reading it, should we say Edinburgh? Yeah, sometimes it's a silent GH. The problem with English is that it's not fucking consistent. This is why so many people struggle learning it. It's because it's a fucking nightmare language made up of so many other languages. Although I think it's part of why, not just because of the power of the Americans and the Brits, but that is about 90% of it. I think the last 10% of why it's become like a sort of trade language is partly because it is a combination of so many other languages that, like, no matter the root of your language, there's something in there that is probably stolen from yours. And so there's something that you can, like, latch onto. Except maybe the Asiatic languages. Those might not have any really roots in English, but we still use their words, like tsunami and sushi and things like that. So there's, like, you know, and we say them decently well. Like, tsunami is pretty close to how it should be said, right? You know what's really sunny? What's really sunny? The sun? Or was that meant to be funny? Is that slang, or was that meant to be the word funny? There's a place near Lincoln called Skellingthorpe, which is where they make Halloween. Funny. Okay. Just making sure. I don't know if it was like slang. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. What do you mean they make Halloween? Also, isn't Halloween like mainly an American and vaguely Irish holiday that we've sort of fucked up? I didn't know. The Brits did it. You get to suffer. Okay. I like skeletons. You want to move to Skellingthorpe? What even is in Skellingthorpe? Look at Twitch chat. Oh my god. I was looking at the wrong chat. give me a second to set up the timer. I need I will do it as soon as I finish this little run. At the moment it's kind of like click intensive, and if I alt tab for too long, all these plants are gonna die. So give me a second and I'll do it. I will become mouse, don't worry. You'll get your 5 minutes of mouse. I just need to slightly delay you for a second while I do this. Maybe I can do it at the same time. It also requires like digging through. Nope. See, I'm already messing it up. Digging through my folders and stuff to find the timer. I finally got a timer working again. Stream stuff. Timer. There's that. Start that up. Go over here. Okay, timer is up. Where'd it go? What monitor is it on? Oh, it's over there. Okay. What do you want boring me? I'm working on it. 3,465 skeletons in Skellingthorpe. Is that the population? Because that's how many skeletons there should be if that's the population. If the population was 3,466, I'd be worried because that means someone doesn't have a skeleton. Sometimes skeletons aren't alive. Yes. But, you know. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna clear my fucking throat while I prep my fucking brain for this shit. Okay. Stream time. Change this timer to 5 minutes. No more rat. Alright.
Okay. There we go. Oh, the timer's not visible. Hold on. Let me go grab the timer real fast. Stream timer. We're going to copy you. Go back to the RuneScape one. And we're going to drop it off. Okay. Hey, take off the headset a little bit. I gotta run and play. You're gonna leave? You're gonna make me do this? You're gonna leave? Okay. Well, the timer's going. You just can't see it yet. Paste. Paste it in. There we go. Stream timer 4.0. There it is. Just gonna go leave and play Hollow Knight. I see. Okay. That's great. Well, maybe I'll just be quiet for the next 4 minutes. You know, you don't even know. You don't even know if I'll say anything. Started it at 10. 10-2. No, I just started the voice. You're good. It's a 5-minute timer. Unrated, but I'm 7% away from the prize. Well, that's pretty good. You've been saving up your points. I don't know if I don't even know what I mean, I do know what the prize is. I definitely know. I definitely have something planned. But that's good. I don't know. Whoa. It's a rough one today. I think all the talking earlier really threw me for a loop, you know? My throat's feeling a little funny. For all the talking, and I'm a little congested. I'm always congested. It's just a kind of a thing, you know? You know what? I think I'm trying to go too high. I think that's a problem. I think I'm pushing too hard at the high. Because a lot of Mickey is actually, he's up here when he gets excited, but then he gets down here when he's, you know, just talking. Like, he's actually got a little bit of a lower voice than people realize. Everybody goes, oh, when they're Mickey, but, you know, it goes down, you know? I mean, Ricky. It's Ricky Rat, not Mickey Mouse. Nothing like that. Oh, boy. Oh, golly gee. Oh. But yeah, so I might get rid of my large Sphinx I have for some reason. Although I could hold on to it. It's possible I might make up a thing to make it useful, but... You'd never impersonate an employer. No, of course not. I mean, he doesn't really employ me. He's just... you know, he's the mascot of the people who employ me, but not technically my employer. I guess he is, though, in some ways. But I mean, he's not paying me right now, so, you know, he can get stuffed. Because I'm Ricky. Ricky Rat can say whatever he wants. Oh, weird, he's my employer. No. He's, I'm owned by, what's his name? What's the name of the guy who's actually in charge right now? The CEO. What's his name? It's not Roy. Roy's dead. Bob Iger. Bob Iger is who owns me. What's really unfortunate is that, like, I want to tell the job, like, hey, get stuffed. I have other jobs now. But it just pays so well. It pays so well, and it's not minimal effort. It's quite a lot of effort, but, like, you know, it's just the right amount of, like, oh, this is not fun in terms of effort. Like, it's fun when I'm not doing it. I enjoy all the stuff that goes around doing it, but the actual act of doing the job makes me go, ugh. Okay, I finished Hollow Knight. That was quick. Is it the first one? Are you doing like a speed run, or it's a new Silk Song? You just blasted through it Mach 7. I never played the first one, by the way. I tried. I'm very bad at 2D platformers, so I just gave up. Like, I played a couple hours of it, and I was like, this game is not for me. And that's okay. Sometimes games are just not for you. I really need to get around to beating, Metaphor ReFantazio, by the way. I started that when it came out, and I really love Persona, and it got a bunch of awards, and everyone's like, oh, if you love Persona 5, you'll love Metaphor. And I'm like, hell yeah, let's get some Metaphor, and I just haven't. I got to where I had a little walking ship, and now I haven't played since then, you know? Ay. Harvest the plant. Harvest the plant. God, it's not good today. It is not a good voice today. It is one of those days where it's just an off day. And this is why I can't do the voice professionally. I mean, part of the reason. The other reason is that it's not as good as people who actually do it, just in general. But the other half is that the other third is that they only get new people to do the mouse once one of them dies. So once you have that job, you have it for life, essentially.
And the other thing, and World, I think they have a talking Mickey. Oh, that's kind of fun. Well, for every other thing that's not, you know, talk to Mickey, generally they want you to be very, very consistent. And while I can do it for short bursts, about 5 minutes is all I get before I'm like start to fall apart. That's switch time. Yeah, I was done. It requires a bit of like stretching. I don't know how to describe it. It's not really stretching, but like there's something happening in the like mid to back section of my mouth while I'm doing it, where I can feel the muscles being pulled, not pulled in a bad way, but like I'm adjusting them to make the noise happen, and I have to hold it basically. Like I'm holding a yoga pose while I'm doing it. And so once I'm done, I let go, and it's a very easy release. But it takes a second to get into it because I have to get stretched into that spot essentially. I don't know how I'm doing. I don't know what the exact muscles are moving and what I'm contorting to do that. But it is like, it is a thing. So it's very easy to drop and very hard to like pick up. Not hard to pick up, but it's medium to like start and then easy to drop because it's like it's like letting go of a stretch. But that's crazy. I'm not consistent enough to get the talking, to do like a turtle talk with Crush, or a rat talk with Mickey, mouse talk. The stream timer app disappeared. I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. It's so tiny. It blends into stuff so easily. I ended up downloading an app from like GitHub. It was like, here, this will put a stream timer on your stream instead of having to like do it with a script. And I was like, thank God. It's like a meet and greet, I think. Oh, interesting. So it's like 30 minutes of that. Oh, fuck. Oh. The current voice of Mickey, the one who's like, that's my girlfriend. That guy. but like 20 seconds a person. Ah, I see. Uh, the the That's My Girlfriend guy who does that voice. He I saw him once at one of the Disney conventions that I was dragged to. And he's just a tall bald man. Like I don't describe him. He looks like that one streamer, the bald streamer, the glasses, like all bald white men. He looks the same. I forgot his name, but he's one of like 3 people who do it. He's like the main one. Like he does all the big important stuff, and then they do like, and there's one person who does it for like voiceovers for the parks, and then one person who does it for like video games, like, but for like shows and movies and things that involve Mickey, it's him. It's the bald guy whose name I forgot. And I know they traded around to like, oh, you do video games this time or whatever, but generally they have like their set role. See, I could do something like that if it was like, hey, do a game or something. I could do that, but if I had to like sit there and do it for hours of recording, I guess a game is also hours of recording, but it's shorter form. It's like, all right, do your hit sounds or like that kind of thing. That I could do. Little bursts. There's like an openness to it too. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's a stretch, but there's like an openness to the voice that I don't have in my own voice. Like my own voice is a little bit more closed off, a little bit more nasally. Like if I say oh, you can hear this like ooh oh, it's there. But for making like oh, like there's like I have to open my mouth like way like oh. I open my throat a bit more to like get that O sound the right way. It's interesting that it's like more open. And I literally don't know how to describe it other than that. Like, I know that doesn't make any sense. Like, people describe doing voices and they're like, oh, you gotta like, you know, open up your throat or whatever, like that kind of thing. It's always hard to visualize what that feels like or to think about it. But once you start doing stuff like that, you go, oh, okay, I see what they're saying. Like, it's hard to describe any other way. Yeah. The clown voice I like doing also has a bit of a more of an open throat compared to my own voice. My natural inclination is to speak with a little bit closed down. But the clown, you know, he's got a bit of a like the with the lisp going on. It kind of, I don't know why, but it adds there's like a tone to the voice where I have to get down into the low, you know, where it's like oh, and then once again I have to open up the throat a little bit, you know. Now that one's a little easier because it's less open. It's like not as open as Mickey's. It's still just a little bit more than my natural speaking voice. Again, I'm very closed on my speech, which is part of why I have a little bit of a... that sound is me not having a fully open throat to make noises kind of thing. It's basically the vocal cords rubbing against each other in a way that causes a... like the gravelier someone is, the less, like the more their throat is like essentially closed. It's like when you're driving and you have like do you ever have like cans in your car, like Red Bull cans? I know I do. And they're like sitting next to each other and they're like vibrating against each other in the car, so while you're driving you hear that's the sound. That's because they're touching. It's the same thing with like the very light gravels and stuff and things, you know. And if I go down into here, part of the reason it hurts is that they're graveling and touching in a way that is uncomfortable. There's too much of it touching, you know. But that's how you make it happen, is you basically close your throat even more. Like, this voice is very closed off. There's no oh. You can hear the oh is very gravelly, and that's because I'm not opening anything when I say oh. And that's why that one like fucks you up. Trying to text at the same time is so difficult. Okay. Here's a question. If you don't accept a thing that happens on the, like, it's like, hey, this person put in a request for this thing, and they spent these eggs or whatever, and you don't accept it, does that refund it, or does that, like, refund the amount, or does that, like, does it just do it, like, okay, he did it? Because I never accepted the rat request. I meant to before I started, and I forgot, and I looked over and it was done. I was like, I wonder if Squeaky got his points back for that, or if it actually took them. Oh my god, it's getting too tight. Those are already growing. I took too long. I got distracted. We gotta go max speed. Let's go. No mistakes. Perfect clicks. Tick perfect. Tick perfect. Let's fucking go. Okay, we're fully caught up. All right. I think we've caught up enough. Maybe. Part of the problem was like planting it slow. No longer tick perfect. Go. Okay, run over. Oh man, I have a buddy who's on a solo cruise right now, and like 90% of his posts about the cruise are about like how he's just doing cruise stuff on his own. He's like, oh, I'm alone on this cruise. Oh, it's so lonely over here on this cruise. And I'm like, bro, if you didn't want to be alone on a cruise, don't take a cruise on your own. What? My brother in Christ, you've made this bed. Sleep in it. I don't know. I feel like that could be fun, honestly. A little solo cruise, just hanging out, fucking little vacation. Could be a good fucking time. Like camping. I want to go solo camping, but solo camping in California is a much more dangerous prospect than, let's say, solo camping in the UK, right? Like, I was looking at this, and this is why I brought up the UK. So specifically was looking at, like, what's the apex predator in the UK? Like, what's the biggest creature that could try and kill me while I'm sleeping? And it was, like, a fox. And yeah, that would suck. They have sharp teeth, but I could probably fight a fox off. Here, it's like, what's the biggest thing? What's my biggest problem? Oh, you want some bears? Have some bears? And I'm like, no, thank you. I'd rather not. So it's a little bit scarier. The prospect of solo camping. So I want to solo camp, but I want to solo camp in a place where it doesn't have bears that might eat me. I think I might have a nice little snack in a neat little package. Also, I have a high probability I would get bored as hell. I don't know. My attention span's too addled. If I didn't have signal, I think I might lose my mind. And at that point, why not just do that at home, you know? I don't know. I bring a book, but probably finish it before too long. I guess at that point, your concern becomes not like how to entertain yourself. You entertain yourself with a book, but there's so much stuff you're doing in between that, like making sure you have a fire ready for the night, making sure you're like your stuff for cooking, and like you're prepped to eat or whatever, because you're gonna need to still make yourself meals, and you have to like, there's no freezer, there's no microwave, you have to fucking sit down and make shit. Although I'd probably bring a couple of cup of noodles and like a pot to boil water in, just to make a you know, a quick soup if I need it. Okay. Before we start this next run, I am going to take a very small break to go to the bathroom and get some tea, I think. Some Yorkie Gold, of course, the king of teas. And I'll be right back. Although okay, complaint to Yorkshire Gold. If you can hear me, Yorkie, I don't think you will, but I have a complaint about your tea. It's delicious. I love it. It's way better than Twinings. Twinings is okay. I like Twinings all right. Twinings is my backup tea. I have it in the house in case I run out of Yorkie. But my point is, Twinings gives me a nice string to pull the tea bag out of the cup, because I don't want to leave it in there. I'm making a single cup of tea. I'm putting the whole tea bag in my cup. I don't want to have to fish it out every time with a chopstick, because my tea is hot, and I want to get it out of the cup after it's done, after it's done. I want to get it out. So, give me a string. Don't make me fish out a stringless tea bag. That's rude. That's the one advantage Twinings has over Yorkie. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna turn it back on. Damn it. Hello. Thank you, Goop. What I was saying was that I realized with my spreadsheet, I could do a thing where I, game audio is muted too. I could do a thing where I, for my Warhammer sell item spreadsheet, where it automatically, like, changes the amount of price based off of, like, if it's primed, if it's built, or if it's painted. Because, like, if it's built, that's going to be the highest price possible, so it'll be the default. And then if it's primed, then I lower the price by, like 5%. And then if it's painted, I lower the price by, like, 10% or whatever 10% of whatever I was going to charge up for it, you know? Yeah, so, like, basically, my normal calculation would be, have this, add 15%. And that would be for just, like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know what the base calculation is yet, but, like, let's say that's the base calculation. And then, if it's something that's painted, it changes it to have this add 5% or something like that. You know, like, it takes 10% off. Kind of thing. Because the painted should be the cheapest. Like, it should be, the more work that's done on it, the cheaper it should be. We'll see. I'm thinking it through. That's what the spreadsheet's for. I'll have a couple items on there, and I'll use that as like a, I'll use their calculations to figure out what the calculation should be, you know? Yeah. And then I was saying something else when I realized I was muted, but I forgot what it was. So, you'll never know, and I'll never know. But I started with the calculation stuff, and then started talking about something else entirely. Oh yes, I was saying level-wise, I don't think we're gonna get to 70 today. It was once again optimistic, because we used to be every run of 100 was a level. Now every run of 100 is like about half a level or a little bit less. So let's say we have 500, or no, it'd be 600, I think, for the double 80, because it'll be 520, and then we're going to want to do another 80, which will get us to 600. Let's say we're at 600, 700 total for the stream. And we turn it in, it'll get us to, definitely to 66, and then 67, I'm doing the math with my fingers, 68, maybe 69. Like, we might get to 69, and that might be it. Nice. We'll see. If we can get to 66 naturally through harvesting before the stream ends, then I say this as if the stream is going to end outside my control. But if I can get there before, you know, I need to end the stream, then we might actually make it to 70, potentially. Maybe. Maybe. If we get to 600, I'm going to keep going. Like, if we get to 600, we still have a lot of time. I'm going to keep going. I'm not going to, like, stop just because it's 600. But I want to try and get it as an even amount, but we'll see. Like an even hundreds somewhere. Ooh, and then I can have a friend price on the spreadsheet where it's like, if friends want to buy it, like I give them the spreadsheet like, hey, this is what I'm selling. This is the price for friends, and this is the price I'm going to be putting it on the thing for. Yeah. That's a big brain idea, because I do that anyway. I'm always like, hey, you know, if you want this thing. Ooh, I can have it auto-link too. Oh, wait, hold on. Create an automatic link when I put the title in. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. Ooh, this spreadsheet's gonna have so many automation things in it. I'm gonna work on it between little runs here. Like every time I'm running for something, I'm gonna type a thing because I'm really hyped about this and thinking about it now. Although it's currently a white spreadsheet, which is blinding the fuck out of me. I literally, while I was getting my tea, I saw a post from like Twitter or something that said like, I've used dark mode so much that seeing a white screen now physically repulses me, and it's the same for me. I'm like, like I don't like it. Actually, I was being made fun of by my partner the other day about that. They were like, stop working in dark rooms and you'll not have this problem. Like, it's not just that. It's just the white screen sucks. It's gross. I don't like light mode. Even if I'm out and about, I don't like it. Is this Minecraft? Yeah. This is going to be loud. It's fine. That reminds me, I need to talk to my server Minecraft stuff, because I keep trying to play their server. A couple of my friends, some of my younger friends, they made a modded Minecraft server. And I was like, oh, I want to play that, and I went to go like start it up and got all their mods because they made their own mod pack, and it is crashing on startup. And I need to go through and be like, hey, it's crashing on startup. I'll do my own like double checking though too, because I need to make sure it has like enough RAM and stuff. I didn't check that because modded Minecraft lets you like assign how much RAM it's gonna be using, and it might not be assigned to use a whole lot automatically. Okay, let's turn this sheet into reasonable to read in the dark. There we go. Okay, it's no longer blinding me. We're gonna need new, damn it. Ow, tea is hot. I'm trying to get my tea bag out at the same time. We're gonna need, ooh, it's so hot. What's it called? More water in the watering can. I love this watering can. It's the best thing since sliced watering cans. Like, it's unlimited, not unlimited, it's 1,000 charges in one can. Normally, this thing would involve taking water out as part of the run, because it doesn't expect you to have this watering can, but I got it at the points of this thing. It's so good and so worth it. I love the Gricole's watering can. Hot. Definitely I've also been thinking about RS3 leagues. I'm definitely not going to, I was thinking about trying to do like the clue scroll run or something, but, Catalyst League relics, yeah. Let's say what tier they're in. Tier 1. Yeah, okay, I might plan this out a bit more because, the tier of the relics aren't really known, but I'm gonna look at them and like put out my wish list, or write down a wish list of like what I want and what tier. Probably won't find out the tiers till we get closer to it. But I know the first tier is woodcutter, excavator, or animal wrangler. The free fish is great. That's probably gonna be more useful if you were doing like combat stuff. I don't think I'm going to be doing combat in this league. I know leagues are meant to like get you fast tracked into trying out combat in like an OP way. Like, oh, look at this, I'm crazy right now. But honestly, I might not. I might just work on other stuff. Like banking archaeology materials immediately, getting more chronotes, material costs for restoring artifacts or like that kind of stuff. Really fucking fun sounding. Banking ores automatically. I don't think it's going to be optimal, but it sounds like fun. Ores are automatically salted into bars without the required smithing level. Like, listen to that. And just get bars. I mean, I could get an ore, like the primal ore, and immediately get a primal bar. I could have fucking, like, some crazy shit very quickly. Counting as both a pickaxe and a mattock. Hit chance is increased by 20%. Archaeology guild shop is fully available. Fuck yes. Souls earned from the necromancy rituals are increased by 400%. Oh, nice. Slayer points and Reaper points are 5 times. Yeah, so you wait to do Slayer till tier 2. At least. Unlock all items on the tool belt. Alright. Well, if I hadn't already had that. Whatever. I forgot that they have more skilling bosses. Oh, there's a relic that lets you pick a relic from 1, 2, or 3, so you get to double up. I could go hard and get Animal Wrangler and Excavator and go like. There is one that's like Soulborn. Here it is. Combat relics. Generate 2 times adrenaline with basic necromancy ability. Necromancy ability cooldown reduced by 20%. 100% hit chance with necromancy attacks. That's already a thing, I think. 95% chance to save ectoplasm and runes when casting abilities and net incantations. Necromancy spirits are 25% larger and deal 25% more damage. Unlock all abilities from the Necromancy Well of Souls talent tree. Perfect. Want that. Taking that. With the rest, don't matter. Don't care. Although melee could be fun. Could be. Probably won't be. Equipment relics. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely might take Fairy's Flight. Fairy Ring, Spirit Tree, and Farming Patch is pretty good. There's already the teleports with the lodestone, so. Although Skull of Slaying to any Slayer Master or Slayer targets would be really good too. I don't know, it's tough. What does Ultra Compost do again? 7% chance of being disease, so it's not no disease. Plant max herbs using a single seed, yeah. Although, you don't really need that unless you're going for farming. Like, I don't want to go for Production Master instead. Never burn food. You know, portable skilling stations. I kind of want to go hard into the skilling for our S3 leagues. That's really my plan. Sorry, I got distracted. Price of item. Oh, no. Name of item. Item. Models. No. Item. Original price. Consignment price. And then friend price. You know what? I'm gonna add faction and game, just so like people can sort by like, you know, I want to find you know, if there's anything for my faction, let me go look through. And then one left, which is status. And this has to, I know I said I would do this later, but I'm doing this right now just so I remember what I want. While I'm thinking about it. Data validation. Add rule. Option 1. Built. Option 2. Primed. Option 3. Painted. Can we make this advanced options, plain text, no arrow. There we go. Done. Cool. I like to data validate that stuff so that like when I do a calculation of like, hey, if, because you can make you know, formulas that are like, hey, if it says this, do this math kind of thing. So I like to standardize it to make sure it's the same. Checkbox is best, but I want to have 3 different options, so there's no checkbox for me. Ooh, I will put a damaged checkbox too, which will reduce the price as well, I think. And I might set up like a combo price on stuff. Everyone wants people to like the local game store wants people to sell in like lots. Like, hey, please sell all of your guys at the same time. But it's like, no, they don't sell better as lots. They sell better as like individual things. Like I put some Space Marines once in a case that were just some Space Marines that I had laying around. I didn't want anymore, and like regular ass Space Marines, and they were painted. Like they were all painted up, and those sold within, I don't know, 30 minutes. I got the message like, hey, your thing sold. Like, Jesus. But I put a big like army in there, and that took weeks and weeks and weeks, and it only sold because someone at the store was like, instead of you selling it at the store, I'll buy it for you directly. I'm like, yeah, sure. You know? Although we kind of traded. It wasn't really a buy. And I traded the whole like army I had for one model. But it was a really cool model I really liked. So and there's some modeling tools that I've been meaning to get this whole time that I just haven't yet, like Microsol and Microset for decals. I've just been raw dogging the decals and putting them with varnish. Like, I don't know. I'm sure it's not the worst thing, but it would be nice to just have those tools so I don't have to like go, well, I don't have that, I'll do this other thing. I don't really have the space for storing those tools like that. Come on. Come on. My clicking is getting less accurate. I'm losing it. The marbles. They're falling out. My ears. No, actually, I've been doing alright. This has been an okay grind. It actually feels less of a grind than if I were watching YouTube. I don't generally get 500 something in, or 4 hours into a grind like this on YouTube. In fact, the last time I was able to grind Tithe Farm for like 4 straight hours or 4 or 5 straight hours, I was talking to someone at the same time. So it actually probably is the best way for me to like grind it out. But you can tell that I've gotten my ADHD's kicking in because I am starting to like, I'll work on this spreadsheet now. Like I want to do something else. My brain's like, do something else. Do something else, please. It's a miracle that I'm able to like this game at all. I guess it kind of is like an ADHD sort of paradise where they're constantly like finding new things you need to do. In order to do thing 1, you need to do 3 other thing B, thing C, and thing C just to get thing A done, you know? But I don't play that way. As you've noticed, I've been at Tithe Farm for a while. I think last time I streamed RuneScape, I was at Tithe Farm. Yeah. Also, the other question is, has my stream VOD gone up? Because the VOD looked like I was trying to like upload the VOD to my channel, and seemed like it was fighting me a little bit. So I'll check right now. Well, see, is the ADHD? It's kicking in again. I gotta check other things while I'm doing this. YouTube Studio. Let's see. Content. Oh, I did. This one, delete forever. Yep, delete forever. Okay, there we go. It uploaded twice because I was too gung-ho about like, it's not working. So I stopped it before it could do that. Because I did do that once already where I like uploaded 2 videos twice. I didn't realize. Or 1 video twice, and then I looked and it was like they both had different view counts. Like, oops. I forgot what was in the last one. I think it was a lot of EverQuest. It was Helldivers, EverQuest, something else. This goes to the wheel stream. Game wheel. Yeah, Helldivers, EverQuest. Gosh, what was the other one? There was another game in there. Is it Space Marine 2? No. What game was it? Well, I could look later. Because I have a couple of playlists, and like how my playlists work is if a stream features that game, it goes in that playlist. So if I only play an hour of Old School RuneScape, it still goes in the Old School RuneScape playlist. Night Rain, thank you. So it does go in the Night Rain playlist because I can pre-playlist stuff before before it's done uploading. And the VODs take forever to upload. Like to upload and process and be done. Each VOD, because it's like 4 or 5 hours, is like it's like a fucking 8-hour process. or like 6-hour process where I start the upload and I just wait. Which is why I upload them and then I usually do it like at the beginning of the stream. I do one of them, or I will do it like at the end of it, like when I'm leaving for the day or whatever. I don't like to do you can technically do multiple at once, as evidenced by my accidental chew of the same video. But if you do that, you run the risk of uploading stuff in the wrong order, and if you ever like go back and look at the VODs channel. Also, thank you, Goop, for the night rain. I don't know if I said that or not. If you go back to the look at my VODs channel, you'll see that there are some that are out of order. Like it'll say, "Oh, this is a VOD from 5/5/25," and then the next one after will say 5/3/25, like in the order of upload. And that's because if you try and upload them all at the same time, it just uploads them at whichever one goes first. It doesn't like care like what order you press the buttons in. So yeah, I have to do them one at a time essentially, which is why the VODs take forever to upload. But I'm glad they're going on the VOD channel and not the other channel. Starting fresh on that one. It's just VODs and shorts. And I'm really glad I started uploading the VODs because, you know, you don't keep your VODs forever. They only last like 30 days or whatever. So like I'm already got a bunch of VODs that would have been gone at this point on that channel. Like it goes back to when I started uploading them was January 18th, so just the beginning of this year basically. Oh, actually even further, hold on. January 15th was when I uploaded it, so the earliest VOD I have on there is actually from November of 24. So I have all of this year's streams on YouTube now, which is great. It's a good time. It's good that they're all there because I you know, I've been streaming for years at this point, as evidenced by people who have been subscribed to me for 1,000 months or whatever it is. Goop specifically. It's a lot. It's many months. Yeah. You know what maybe I should do instead? Although it's kind of like cyclical, but like I could take my yearly $60 from Twitch and instead of buying Borderlands 3, I could just turn it into a bunch of subscriptions for all the channels I like. Or like a couple of subscriptions, like 1 or 2, and then just spend that $60 just sits there, like it's used for subs. Oh, I don't have that. I could set that up probably. My Nightbot is so severely lacking. Hold on. New command. Is that one I can just do? Hold on. Commands. Let's see how to set that up. Oh, you need to have a whole setup with like. Due to some recent changes, which have required that either a streamer or a moderator is logged into an application in order to get follower information. Commands. That open source code to see how it works. I'll look at this later, but that is a thing. Oh, would they? Hold on. Rusty tools. Let's go look. I'm logged in already. Yes. Let's see. Is there like a... Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. Nope, cancel. not seeing it, honestly. Scheduled chat messages, no. Custom celebrations, no. Tailored raid messages. No. You'd think. You'd think they'd have that. But, apparently not. Apparently not. Anyway. I'll have to look more into it, for sure. But I think I can tell you, right? Like, if I just look it up myself. You've been following since October 22nd, 2023. So, coming up on your followiversity, which is, yeah, 22nd? Oh, no, 2023, October 22nd. So, we're at 2 years now I've been streaming at least, because you followed pretty early, I think, if I remember correctly. And to be fair, I had streamed before, technically, but I hadn't actually, like, made it a real thing. I did it, like, once or twice. I haven't actually made it a real thing until much later. Okay. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. That's true. That is fucking true. Smash Mouth was so right for that. Honestly, if it wasn't for the genre it was in, fucking All-Star is actually a pretty fucking, like, smart, interesting song to look at the lyrics of. Not smart, but, like, interesting. It's very, like, it's a condensed a song about the human condition. But just the way it's presented makes it seem way more shallow than it is. It's not deep by any stretch of the imagination. It's very, like, I'm 14 and this is deep. But, like, it's still less shallow than everyone, like, puts on it. You know what I mean? Because it's seen as almost like a joke song. Like, haha, All-Star by Smash Mouth. But, like, look at the lyrics, man. They're, like, very much like, man, life is kind of shit. But we do it anyway. You know? It's interesting. Did you know that the Hotel California... This is going to be random, but I remember it because of a song. Hotel California is actually not that far from me. I mean, it's a good 40 minutes away, but it's actually not that... It's not that far. I could drive to it. And it's right next to a prison now, and the prison is known as the Hotel California as well, because you can check in anytime you want, but you can never leave. Yeah. It was a real hotel. I don't know if it still runs. I think it's just a historical site at this point. But yeah, it's a real place. I mean, the Hotel California song is a metaphor about the music industry, but, like, it is a real place. There is also one in Mexico, but yeah, and there's one in Santa Monica. Honestly, technically, there's a big debate over which hotel is Hotel California, but the one that a lot of people are like, maybe it's this one, is there's this one in, like, the desert, because the Hotel California gives, like, a desert fucking vibe. Anyway. Oh, Dandy, you've been near it. The one that I'm talking about is in fucking Eastvale. But it used to be in the middle of the desert, so it was like the one place in the middle of nowhere where you could stop, you know? It's like that prison along the 15 is, like, right next to it. The one where your signal cuts out when you're, like, driving down the 15. Because they have signal jammers around the prison, so you can't use cell phones near it. I used to go there. I used to go to school in the area. So, like, every time I went to, like, college, like, class, I would fucking, my signal would go out on the way there. I'm like, I'm near the prison. Another fun fact for you, not to dox myself. I went to school in a completely different, like I went to high school in a completely different area where I don't even live anymore at all. But the school I went to in high school, its one claim to fame is that the church that is across the street from the school is the church from The Graduate, where the lady gets married and they're like, "Speak now or forever hold your peace," and the guy like kicks the door in. He's like, "No," and then they both run away on a bus together at the end of The Graduate. Spoiler for The Graduate. That church is across the street from my high school, and it was used again in Wayne's World 2, where they made a joke about The Graduate, where he does the same thing. He kicks down the door of the church. He's like, "Ah, no, this is wrong." And he's in the wrong wedding, and he runs across the street to the other church, which is the exact same church, which doesn't exist. Across the street would be the high school. But, like, it's a funny joke. But they used the exact same church. So they went to the right place. They didn't just, like, compose him onto a set. So that's the entire claim to fame of my entire city and high school is we were the church in The Graduate. That's it. That's the only thing that city's known for. Oh, and there's a college there that's kind of well-known-ish. But, like, not really. Like, if you say the name of the city, people think you're talking about the college. Like, they think it's just the name of the college and not the place where it is. But that church is packed on Sundays. Oh, yeah, actually, probably. I grew up in a very strange place. Hey, Blue, welcome. Thanks for the lurk. I grew up in a very strange place because I grew up in SoCal. So, like, same as you would expect from everywhere else in Southern California. And they're technically in LA County, so they have a lot of, like, Los Angeles trappings, you know? But they weren't like the rest of California. I basically grew up in Middle America without having grown up in Middle America. Like, it's the only place in California I know that it still has, like, a 4th of July parade, like, made up of high schoolers and the local fire department and stuff. It's the only place in California I know that, like, literally everyone knows each other. You cannot, if you went to school there, if you live there at all, you cannot go to the grocery store without running into someone you know. You know, like, it was a very small little town. Everyone was very religious. Everyone was very Republican. It was weird. It was always a weird place to be because I knew that the rest of California wasn't like that, you know? So it was interesting. It's so small. It's gotten a little bit bigger, but it's still pretty small. And it was just that whole idea that, like, you run into people that you know at the grocery store is weird in California. Like, if I went to school or worked in LA, seeing a person in the grocery store would be something I would remember probably for, like, oh, that one time I saw my teacher at the store or something. That'd be in my head forever, you know, because it would be an interesting event. Here, it was just an annoyance, like, where I lived. In fact, I haven't lived there for, like, more than a decade. Actually, I never really lived there, but I haven't, like, gone to school or hung out or lived there, been in that area for a very long time. And I had to stop there on the way to work at Disney because I, like a dummy, forgot to put on deodorant that morning. And I didn't have any in my car or anything. So I had to stop at the Target on the way in like 2023, I think, something like that. And I was like, okay, it's been a decade. There's no way I will know someone at the Target at this point. Everyone has either moved on from this town or whatever. Like, no one I knew has stayed. I go into the Target to get my deodorant. And the first person I fucking see is a dude I knew from middle school who I hung out with all the time. And I was like, God damn it. Like, there's no fucking escaping. So I said hi, we had a little conversation, and then I went to go get my deodorant while I stank. So I wouldn't stink at work. And just, like, I just can't escape it there. I don't go back if I can help it, because no matter what, there will be someone that knows me. And unfortunately, I had the unfortunate reality, and this isn't to, like, toot my own horn or whatever, that, like, a lot of people knew me in high school and I didn't know them, and it wasn't because I was popular. It was because I was a weirdo, and everyone knew me as a weirdo. And specifically, I was a weirdo who was dating someone who was popular at the time, which was a weird, funny thing for them. And, like, so a lot of people know who I am, and there's been a lot of times where, like, someone else will run into someone who went to school with me, and they'll mention like, "Oh, do you know this guy?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, I remember that guy. He was a weirdo." And I'll be like, "I don't know who that is. I don't know. I have no idea who that person is. I've never heard of them before in my life." Yeah. Yeah, I was a little freak. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I was the kid that wore steampunk goggles to school every day, you know? They were around my neck. I didn't put them on my face, but like I wore every day for at least a year. I wore like a shitty pair of like Target ass steampunk goggles around my neck. I would sometimes come to school in a full suit and top hat. Like that's who I was. That's who what I'm talking about. So again, not a cool kid, but a weird kid. We did Battle of the Bands, and my band was a cover band of Steam Powered Giraffe. We got second place. We did a good job, but like we were a cover band. One sec. I just remembered I gotta check it. I didn't want to forget. I think this is a positive, but at some point I lost my senior year of my senior year yearbook. I don't know where it went. I have it somewhere. It might be under my bed or something. Sounds fun. Weirdos are the best. Yeah, we were pretty cool. We were pretty cool. We weren't cool. But I had to look something up at some point. My mom was like, "Did you know this person? Apparently they went to high school with you." And I was like, "I don't know." Hold on. I'll text her right now. What was the name of the person who... Okay, there we go. Done. I'll come back to that. I pulled the yearbook off the shelf so I could find it later. So I don't know who she was talking about. She's like, "Oh, this person." I'm like, "I don't know, that name does not sound familiar." And it was another example of "Oh, they know who you were." I was like, "Yeah, I bet." I bet. Ooh. Thank you, RuneScape, for the hydration reminder. All right, we are at 600 now. We still have a good 40 minutes left. I think we can get another, what is it, 2 runs to get? No, it's 5 runs to get 200. I think we can get another 5. I think we can get to 800. We're going to have to really push it, but I think we can do it. I would say I'd stream to 800, but we'll see. Oh, yeah. What are the weird things that I do? I walk on my toes. I don't know if you know this about me. I'm a toe walker. I walk around like I'm carefully stepping around stuff all the time. And when I try to not walk on my toes, I will do this weird thing where I will walk normally, but at the end of the step, I'll be up on my toes and I'll like launch onto the toes. So I do like a little bounce essentially. It's like the exact textbook autism toe walking thing people are always on about. They're like, "Oh, if you walk on your toes, you have autism." But like, I feel like I'm pretty well adjusted as a person, especially socially at this point. I think I don't know. I mean, I do get really excited about things and get focused on something for a bit, like Warhammer or something like that. But like, I don't think that, I know it's a spectrum, but like, I think I just walk on my toes, man. I think we're trying to fit too many. I think, okay, you hear a controversial opinion from me, a hot take about autism. I know, I shouldn't, as a streamer, I shouldn't say any hot takes, but hot take. I don't think it's being over, there's a lot of folks who are like, "Well, no, they're just weird, they're not autistic." It was like I do not think that it's being overprescribed exactly, but what I think is happening is that there are many different things that look the same. You know what I mean? Like how there's blue-green, there's blue, there's green. Like for a lot of cultures, blue and green are the same color, right? Like they don't actually differentiate. Or the way that in Spanish, the word for lime and the word for lemon are the same word, right? It's the same thing. I know they're different, but they're both limon. Like it's just different colors, right? So in some ways, for some folks, it's different. In some folks, it's others. And I think all the autism diagnoses are like that, where it is, some of it is autism, some of it is something else that looks just like it and has similar features, but is actually something different. You know what I mean? But we haven't figured out that it's different yet. So we're still all putting it under the same umbrella. Here's a good example. Before we had the word orange as a color, another color example, we called everything that was orange or red, red. We considered orange and red the same color. So that's why you have stuff like red pandas. People with orange hair are called redheads. Like they have red hair. They don't. They have orange hair. But we named that thing before we knew the color, like before we had the word orange, because the word orange comes from the fruit. We saw the fruit and went, that's that color, and now we are adopting that as a color name, you know? Like, we didn't have oranges when English was being created, so there was no word for orange. It was just red. It's the same sort of thing, I think, where it's just like, it's not being over-diagnosed, it's that there are many different things that are being diagnosed, but there's not words for them yet, so we just have the one umbrella that we put it under, you know? I'm sure I have something. You know, I walk on my toes, I get obsessive over things, I make way too much eye contact. I've been told many times that I make way too much eye contact. But I'm a very sociable person. I talk to people. I know how to interact with folks. Like, you know, and there are times where I'll talk to people and I go, oh, this person is actually, like, people, here's where this comes from. People will say, like, oh, you're autistic, like, to me or whatever. Or I'll say it as, like, a thing just to, like, get through they're like, oh, why are you like this? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and I'll just use that as the term, right? And then I'll talk to someone at work or something, and I'll go, oh, this person's actually, like, it feels like I'm thinking this person's actually autistic, as if I'm not. You know what I mean? And I don't think I am. That's the complex part. Is that, like, while I have a lot of the characteristics, I don't know if I actually am, and so every time I talk to someone who actually clearly is, it feels like I've been lying. You know, it feels like I've been making it up, or it feels like whatever. So it's weird. It's a weird fucking spot for me. I don't know how I got into this, but the point is that my hot take is that I don't think it's being overdiagnosed, but I do think I think multiple things are being put under the same umbrella that are potentially other things, but we won't know until there's more research done into it, and a lot of our medical research stuff is getting yeeted out the window, so we'll see when that happens. Woo! Timeline, great. Love this one. Anyway, on a completely unrelated note, I bought some model trains. No, I'm kidding. That cough got me. It was like a cough and a laugh that turned into a fucking awful life cough of an old man dying of throat cancer. Woof. Life cough, by the way, is a great idea. I heard it from a comedian at some point where it's like, it's a life cough. It's like a cough you only get after you spend a lot of time living. And I get them occasionally when I'm like, something like that happens where I laugh and I cough and it like creates this horrible fucking fusion. Or like I cough and then like another cough tries to assert itself right away or whatever. But it cracks me up every time I think about it. I'm like, yeah, the life cough. Classic old man shit. Speaking of which, I'm excited to be old. Sorry, I'm on a million topics a second right now, but not excited about, like, not exactly excited about looking old or feeling old or all the pains and stuff, but I'm excited to be able to say whatever the fuck I want. And not in like a racist way, but in like a, like, how do I put this? In a way where it's like, I can just talk about the stuff I'm interested in and no one is going to be like, this guy. Like, oh, Grandpa Joe's just really excited about this thing. Grandpa Sparrow. He just wants to talk about his little models. Like, hey, see, this one is actually from the Dark Mechanicus, which is a different... Like, that's what I want. And people will be like, oh, yep, uh-huh. Because right now, people will look at me and be like, anyway, and they'll start talking about other things. They want to talk about other things. But when someone's old enough, you just listen to them talk. Like, listen to their stories, listen to them talk. And sometimes you'll add stuff, but usually, you're like, uh-huh, yeah. I want that for me. Put me back in the fucking... in the age of being able to be like, and then this... There's this weird thing where, like, really, really old people and really, really young people have very similar cognitive shit going on. Where they're both like, I have baseball cards. Check it out. This one is Tommy Thompson. He's the best. And for both kids and old people, you go, oh, wow. You know? I literally had this interaction with my grandma over the weekend. Exactly. What was she talking about? What was her special interest? Like, I think that the government is run by lizard people. And you go, uh-huh. Sure thing, Grandma. Same thing when a kid is like, I want to make a store where everything is free. And they don't realize why that wouldn't work because they'd have to pay for the thing originally, you know? Because I had that idea as a kid. As a small child, I was like, I'm going to have a store called the Penny Store where everything is only a penny. And people kept trying to tell me, like, that's not going to work economically because, like, you need to buy the thing. And I just went, no, it'll work. Just had to listen and nod while she demonstrates to my partner and I how we should rub our dog's belly. Exactly. And, you know, some of that is some good life experience. That's good to know. But a lot of it is like, cool. Yeah. My grandpa, before he passed, he was not quite that way. He was still somewhat cognizant of the world. Or not as if that's not cognizant, but he was very much like, if he told you about a thing, there was a reason. He wasn't just telling you about stuff for the most part. Sometimes he would tell me about shit that I'm like, Grandpa, I don't need to hear this. I don't need to hear about your escapades in the 70s. It's all right. Thank you. But, you know. She also told her we need to brush our pets after I tried to tell her we already do. Yeah. Yeah. This is when you turn on the same mode you would do to, like, interact with a child. You get on the floor with them when you play with their little fish game. And it's like, you just do the same thing. You just get on the floor with them. You go, oh, wow, yeah, you know, you're right. Because there's a bell curve of thought, you know? Where, like, unfortunately, and it's really sad to think about when intention is always good. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of sad feeling to think about it where you're like, oh, I am at a point in my life where I'm not quite there yet. I think I'm not quite there yet, but there's like a bell curve of like how well my brain works. And it started low and gets to the high point and it will drop back down as I get older, you know? Like, I might be at the high point right now. This might be peak efficiency for my brain, or it might be next decade or whatever, you know? Maybe peak efficiency for me is 40. But like, I don't know. All I know is that it will start to degrade. And it's interesting because I've started to... My mom is a very smart lady. She's got a PhD in a very hard subject. She's no slouch. And she's still very smart. But there are times now where I catch her doing weird things. And I'm just like, oh, that's... Like, it's like an obvious... I can see the degradation ever so slightly. And it's weird to me. Because she's always been the smartest person in the room whenever she's around, you know? And now it's like... 90% of the time she's the smartest person in the room. It's no longer 100%. You know what I mean? It's like just enough that I notice it now, and it's like, It's interesting to see because it reflects on me and my own mortality and how that's going to change, you know, as I get older too. So, because I'm not the smartest person in the room. I'm like mid-level smart. I have thoughts. I can form sentences. I have critical thinking. But I am not, like, if I'm in a room of smart people, I am dumb. I don't know how to describe it, but like, I had a friend group for a while, and everyone in that group was incredibly smart. Like, a couple of master's degrees, some of them in like neurophysics and things, or neurochemistry, that's the word. shit like that. And like one was in neurochemistry, another was in mathematics. Like it was a smart group of people, and I legitimately thought I was dumb for a long time because I was hanging out with them basically only, and next to them I was the dumbest dude in the entire like group, and it was a big meme about how dumb I was, you know. And then I went and met other people, and everyone's like, "Oh wow, you're so smart," and I'm like, "Oh what?" And it's just who you surround yourself with, right? So like I think of myself as sort of medium because people who are other people will say I'm smart, other people will say I'm dumb, and so to me that says that's a direct middle. You know what I mean? Like that's a direct middle of the road, decently intelligent, but I'm not gonna make any rockets. I'm not gonna be an engineer. You know what I mean? I need a calculator to do math, kind of thing. Or I'd rather use a spreadsheet to do math. Like someone will say like, math is a good example, where they'll be like, hey, what's this plus this? And I'm like, hold on, I have to go get my calculator, you know? But if they're like, hey, exposit to me about fucking, you know, why is Erebus a hated villain in Warhammer? I will spend 30 minutes telling you about like, not just what he's done, but like why it's important in terms of like why he's hated like in a literary sense, where like he's not really hated, he's more like hated in the way that villains are hated. Where they're like, oh, I hate that guy, but he's super cool, you know. But some people just straight up hate him, like depending on who you are, what faction you're attached to, like that kind of stuff. Like that kind of topic, I can go on forever about, easy. But the second you put me in any sort of like science or math or whatever, I'm fucked. And that's why I'm saying medium, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to objectively look at yourself and say, oh, I'm this level smart. But I feel like there's some ability to do that. Although it does require a certain level of intelligence, I feel like, in order to look at yourself and understand your level of intelligence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've met a couple of people that are just not very smart, and that's just how they are, and that's okay. And it's not that they're not educated or anything, it's just that they just don't have the same level of capacity as some other people, as I don't for others, right? But they, like, often don't realize it. You know what I mean? Like generally, if you're smart enough to know that you're dumb, you're not actually all that dumb. You know what I mean? You know that, you know, does that make sense? Like, if you're smart enough to know everything you don't know. My dad used to say this to me, and I always thought it was dumb. I was like a little kid. I'm like, what does that mean? But I get it now as an adult. Like, I'm smart enough to know everything I don't know. And what he meant by that is, like, I know all the things that I don't know about, that I know I will never know about, and then I just have a failing there. And that's okay, because I know I don't know about it. At least I know that I'm ignorant in that sense. So if someone starts talking about neurophysics, again, I said neurophysics. That's not a thing. Neuroscience or physics, I can say, I don't know anything about that. I'm going to smile and nod, you know? I might engage with questions if I have any, but, like, I'm not going to pretend I know this thing. You know what I mean? Whereas someone who might not know that they don't know it will try and engage in a way that they're like, oh yeah, I've learned about this thing, and they haven't really. You know what I mean? It's really hard to describe. I'm getting off on weird tangents today. This is what RuneScape grinding does to me. I go off on random things. Hey, Xeno, what's up, dude? What is up? That's a great emote, by the way. I love that bird. Welcome to the farm. There's a dude who I watch on YouTube. I think it's Verf who does this. It's either Verf or Limport. I think it's Verf. Verf. Doing good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Everyone's popping by today. But Verf does this thing. He did a section of his like One Chunk Iron Man where he did Tithe Farm, but he's Swedish, I think. So he said a thing in a funny way. So he said, instead of Tithe Farm, he says Tithy Farm. But the way he says Tithy Farm sounds like he's saying Titty Farm every time, and it makes me double take anytime he says Tithy Farm. How is I'm doing good. I'm just doing some grinding stuff before I go to work, because I'm working one of the Halloween theme park stuff this year on the side on top of my other two jobs. So I'm going in for like a rehearsal later today. That's going till the late evening. And I was planning on taking a nap between stream and then, but we'll see. Yes, there's a wisdom in saying, I don't know, I need to do more research instead of assuming you know everything. Exactly. Exactly what I'm talking about. Like being able to admit, I actually don't know that thing. Let me look into it. Well, I'm here doing my night shift right now. Hell yeah. Yeah, that one goes to like, not tonight. Tonight it only goes to like 10:30, but normally my shift, my evening shift at the scary place goes from, it starts at 5 p.m. and ends at like 2 a.m. because it technically ends at like 1:30, but I'm not actually like out until 2 because of traffic and also turning everything in, and like you have to wait till all the guests are gone. Like it's a whole thing. Halloween is the best. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. What you if you're willing to talk about it, what they got doing, what did they have you doing for your night shift? Like are you like a security guard somewhere, or? Airport staff. Oh, interesting. How is that actually? That was something I was thinking. Hold on one second. That was something I was thinking about. I'm gonna look something up while I'm talking. I live near an airport. It's a small airport, but I've always thought about like, what if I just worked there? You know, like I wouldn't have to go very far. It's literally 5 minutes away. Let's see. I'm looking at this person in the yearbook because my mom sent me that text about like, this is the person. Ah, okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see. The best part is, let's see, nothing too crazy. The best part is that I'm part of the staff that doesn't deal with passengers. Oh, fuck yeah. Mainly interact with people who works on baggage, cargo, pilots sometimes. Hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to interact with passengers either. They would be the worst. But I would be interested in potentially doing something there because it seems, I always, this is going to be a weird thing. I've always liked being in the airport for whatever reason. I think it's a cool place. There's something about it that I just like. The atmosphere. I don't know why. Like, I really like hanging out at the airport, getting I will show up to my flight. Everyone says show up to your flight 3 hours early or whatever, right? And I do that not because I think I should for the flight, but because I like to just hang out in the airport. I like to sit in the little chairs or on the floor. I like to have my little charger, sit around, watch people show up for the flight or whatever. Like, I get it. Yeah, there's just something about it. I don't know what it is. I think that would maybe change if I worked at one, but like, there's just, I don't know. I just like the environment, man. There's something clean and cool and just crisp about it that I like. I like all the little shops. It's just neat. If I was more of a fan of flying, which I don't hate flying, but I get hella nervous every time I get on a plane. Just enough that like I can still go on the planes just fine, but it's enough that I'm like, every time I have to. Like I probably wouldn't want to be like an air person, like someone who, what do they call them now? They're not air hostess or stewardess, because those are both, you know, specific terms. I feel like, you know, whatever the flight attendant. That's what I'm trying to say. Like being a flight attendant could be neat, but I think that's too many people to deal with. But also, I don't know. I don't like planes enough to go on planes that often. I barely get the chance to ride on a plane, so usually when the opportunity is, I would take it. That's fair. I've done a lot of traveling. Mostly dragged around my places by my mom when I was a kid. Or sent places. There was a summer where, like, I was just sent to Germany to go hang out with my family there. I was just there for the whole summer, and I was like, okay. Cool. Yeah. And Hamburg is nice. I like Hamburg, but, you know. I would have rather spent the summer hanging out playing RuneScape on my own or something at the time. It was like peak middle school hours. I didn't want to be in Hamburg. I didn't care about whatever culture I was getting at that point. Whatever alternate perspectives of the excuse me, double hiccup. Alternate perspectives of the world. I appreciate it now as an adult, but at the time, boy, was I like resentful of being sent. Especially because I had just like picked up a girlfriend at the time too. I was like, oh yeah, middle schooler, got a girlfriend. I'm like, fuck yeah. And then it was like, all right, you got your girlfriend, now you have to leave for 3 months and not be able to text, because at the time there was no like easy SIM card translation without paying $1 billion. So I'd like email her. The only downside of working there is the hours, the wildest thing. Yeah, that's fair, because like you're working the night shift right now. Like I'm assuming it's late where you're at. You're one of them Europes, aren't you? One of them Europeans. Because I'm one of those Ameripeans. That's the new phrase for me, Ameripean. Oh, that makes it sound like I'm just talking about, hey, you're Ameripean. What are you doing? I'm Ameripean. Oh, it's 2:22 a.m. Jesus. Okay. Well, we know our time zones are different. It is 11:22 a.m. for me. Though not that... Wait, is it 2:22 a.m. on Tuesday or 2:22 a.m. on Wednesday? Oh, weird. That's exactly 12 hours off from me. 2:22 p.m. Oh, interesting. Wednesday. See, it's still Tuesday for me. It's 11 a.m. on Tuesday. California is behind... is like one of the slowest time zones, or in terms of like one of the last time zones to have a day. So if it's Wednesday here, like, or if it's Tuesday here at 11 a.m., it's been Tuesday for almost 24 hours across the world already. I live in the equator region, so eternal summer. Fuck. I could never. I would die. I already struggle with the Californian summers. I struggle deeply with the Californian summers. I don't like going outside during this time. I get sunburned real easily. I'm also, not to complain, my family is prone to skin cancer, and you can tell based on the amount of fucking moles and freckles and stuff all over my body. And it's literally like, anytime I go out in the sun for more than a couple hours, and if I get sunburnt or anything, I will just acquire a new mole or a new like group of freckles. So it's like, I'm just death. Oh, okay, we get crazy heat waves out of nowhere, and then they go away for a little bit. Yeah, I need to move. I need to get out of this place. I like California a lot. I love the cosmopolitan nature of it, where I can go down the street. There's a sushi place. There's a Japanese supermarket that has like real, like Japanese shit that I love. Not just Japanese stuff, but like, I mean, that's what they have. But there's all kinds of like, I can go to a really good hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant also down the street. Like, I have a lot of options in terms of like, there's a lot of different people living here. So I've got a lot of food options, a lot of cool grocery options. That's food again. But there's also like culturally a lot of cool stuff that I can see. Like there's a Day of the Dead celebration, a really, really big one that happens, you know, a couple miles from me. And I just go to that every year, you know. It's neat. It's really cool. And the heat is not worth it for me. Unfortunately, I think I might need to move somewhere where it's a little less culturally cool like that, just to exist and not melt. But yeah, living in the equator region would kill me. I'm already pretty close. I'm already closer than I'd like to be. I'm in SoCal, so it's even like closer. I'd rather, you know, I'd rather not. Ugh. Oh yeah, but there are a lot of options here. I met a dude from I forget where. I feel bad that I forget where, but it's somewhere in South America. And he was complaining about how everyone, when he told them where he was from online, they were like, "How are you from there?" Because he wasn't from one of the main big cities. He was like from an area that everyone think of as like jungle only. And he's like, "No, I live in a city. Like it's there. It's just not talked about. I don't just live in the jungle." And he just moved here recently, and I was talking to him, and he was like, "Yeah, it's wild. You guys have everything." And what he meant was not like, "Oh, you guys have like, you know, an abundant." He meant like literally here in California. Everything that you could from any place that you're like, I want this thing from this place, it's probably around here somewhere, because everyone has wanted to move here essentially. And so at some point, if you're looking for a particular culture's anything, you'll find it somewhere, you know, which is cool. It is neat. I just don't like how expensive it is, because there's, again, many people and not a lot of space. I mean, there's a lot of space, but not where people want to live. And also weather. I hate the weather considerably. Also, we are so close to leveling to fucking 66 on just harvesting, by the way. We're actually incredibly close. I'll do the calculation after this. I wish I knew how much exact experience I was getting. Can I, like, XP drop? Can I? No. Damn, I was hoping that it would, like, XP tracker. I wish I could see, like, the percentage of, like, what I get from harvesting, because I'm getting, like, 15 sometimes, but it's 14 most of the time. Okay. How many do I get? We'll wait till I get a 15. Oh, I shouldn't have. All right, that's 115. All right, we got a 15. Let's count how many it takes to get another 15, and then we can figure out how much it is based off of that. Okay, so 1, 2, we're 14. Actually, it's counting for us down here. 14, 14, 15. Okay, so that's probably going to be 14.2, and then this would be 14.4 because it's like another plus 2. So that'd be like 0.2, and then the 0.4 carries over. 0.6, 0.8, 15. So it's probably 14.2 experience per. That's an easier calculation. Calculator. Okay. 14.2 times 40. So I get 568 experience per run. Whenever California is mentioned, I keep thinking of the RHCP song. Oh, Californication? Yeah. It took me a second to figure out what RHCP was. I was like, I have another fun fact for you. Maybe a not so fun fact. Very briefly, my mom, because she grew up in the valley during the late 70s, like she grew up, born in the 70s, so it was like grew up as a teenager in like the 80s in the LA Valley, LA area. She ended up like knowing a lot of people that ended up doing things. For example, she dated one of the dudes in the Red Hot Chili Peppers for a while, and it was a really bad breakup to the point where like if they come on somewhere or if I start playing there or something, she gets upset. She's like, no, turn that shit off. Like Oingo Boingo was like her neighbors, and she would go over and watch them practice before they got big, like that kind of thing. Like, she was also very into the punk scene at the time. Yeah, no, there's a lot of like, there's a lot of weird stories from her about like, oh, I knew that person before or whatever. Or like, there's a lot of weird connections. When you live in LA, there's a lot of weird, there's like always a million like little celebrity connections because everyone else most celebrities live in LA. So it's like you run into them a lot. For another example, my cousin, I hung out with him a lot. He was basically my brother. One of his friends from high school or middle school, like it was actually, I think from middle school up until high school. His dad was the voice of fucking Sheen from fucking, what's it called? Jimmy Neutron, like that kind of shit was just weird garbage. Or I think I've talked about this before, but if you've watched Critical Role, Taliesin Jaffe is one of the guys on there, and like he totally slept on my couch when I was a kid, and apparently we got along really well. I don't remember, I was like 6, but he was like, my mom was dating his best friend at the time, and so he used our couch for a bit when he like needed to crash somewhere. Like, there's just, living in California, everyone has stuff like that. There's always stories like that. There's always things that are like, oh, I know that guy, or whatever. I have to go to an appointment. Have a good rest of your day / night. Have a good rest of your day, Goop. And have a good appointment. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes exactly as you expect or plan. I hate when you go to a doctor's appointment, you're like, oh, I'll get this fixed. And he's like, no, it's not fixable. You're like, cool. You're just old. I'm like, oh, okay. Excellent. That reminds me, I gotta take my fucking nose medicine. Hold on, you're gonna hear me fucking sniff a thing. Ugh. Goddamn. It's not cocaine, I swear. It's a thing called, what is it called? Flonase allergy relief. It's a little spray bottle that it sprays up in my nose, but every time I'm like, ah, it like fucking burns. But I went to the doctor recently because I was like, hey, every time I turn my head, I'm dizzy. Like, while my head is moving, I feel dizzy. Like, there's no, it's just, it's happening. And he was like, oh, you're hella congested. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. Like, he went and looked at my ears and like looked up my nose, and he was like, yeah, dude, is it like mostly on the left side? And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, you are so congested, I can't see your eardrums. Like I can't see anything in there on the left side. You are full up of snot, among other things. I was like, oh, cool. Like, how long has this been going on? And I, honestly, years, because I didn't know it wasn't normal. I thought when people turn their heads very fast, they just became dizzy, like that was just normal. Until I mentioned it to someone, and they were like, what? And then I went and made a doctor's appointment, because they're like, that's not a normal thing. And so I'm taking this medicine to undo the undo the congestion of years of congestion. And it actually coincided exactly when I started to like, I used to be really good with motion sickness stuff. Like, I never got motion sick ever. I just had strong motion legs. I don't know how to describe it. But over the last couple of years, it's gotten really bad where like I don't have good strong motion legs anymore. I can't even look at my phone for more than 20 seconds before starting to feel queasy, you know? Like I look at my phone while someone's driving or something. I'm in a passenger seat. And so I was like, oh, I guess I'm just getting old and I'm not like so good with motion anymore. And so there's certain rides like Disneyland and stuff that I can't do anymore because it's just like, it makes me sick. You know, I can't really play VR stuff as much anymore for very long because it makes me sick. Like, there was just a bunch of stuff that was like, I couldn't do it. Even some video games, I had to change the FOV and stuff and add like a little motion sickness like dot in the center or something just to make sure I didn't feel sick playing the games. Like, it was weird. It was a thing that kicked in sort of later in my life. And I thought that was just because I was getting old. And then I was like, would this affect like motion sickness? It's like, oh yeah. If you've been this congested for years, the chances are really high that this has increased your motion sickness by a whole lot very quickly, like faster than it should have increased. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So it takes a couple weeks for this medicine to kick in, and I just started it like last week, so it hasn't done anything yet. But it's a possibility I might fix a whole bunch of my problems, including, if you've been watching my streams, like a lot, you'll notice that I clear my throat a lot, and that's because of the congestion. It's because snot is like building up in my throat, and that's what's causing me to like clear my throat all the time. So yeah, it's real gross, but apparently that's supposed to stop my throat clearing constantly too, so that'll be nice. Or waking up with a sore throat and not being sick, and that's because, again, snot while I'm sleeping is dripping down the back of my throat essentially, and causing it to get like irritated by the time I wake up. Meds working overtime for sure when it enters your nose. Yeah, hell yeah. The weirdest part about these meds is that, like, I can physically feel them working. So, like, I'll put them in, and I'm fine. Nothing changes. Like, might just burns for a second. I'm like, ah! And then I'm done. And I have a weird smell in my nose for a little bit. But after like about 20 minutes, I can feel it breaking down the snot in my system, and it starts like, unfortunately, running down my throat, in the back of my throat while I'm just hanging out. I'm basically constantly swallowing snot, but it's getting out of my sinuses and whole system, so that's something. But it's really interesting. Gross. It's hella gross. I'm sorry if you were eating, but it's interesting. It's interesting how that's all like connected. Like your nose, your throat, your ears, it's all like one tube system. Which is why there are specific doctors that specify in ear, nose, throat, the ENTs. Oh, it's starting. It just got a big fucking like, snot. The old snot relaying the new developed snot. There's a great purge during the golden age of snot. Got a lot of really good bird emotes. I like that we have very similar ones with the big eyes. I like yours a little bit better in terms of its like shape, but still. I'm following you, right? It'd be weird if I wasn't. No, I am. Okay, good. Like I should be. Do I have? Hold on. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Oh, I do have notifications on. Okay, cool. I was like, I have notifications on for you, right? And I went and looked and like, yeah. I lurk in a lot of streams. There's a lot of times where I've been in streams and I will just watch stuff and not say anything. Frequently. I don't say anything. I'm a big time lurker. Oh yeah, but for now I stopped permission for bird emotes. That's fair. No, you're good. I have an artist that I rely on for my stuff. He's the same artist that I get everything done for me. He actually made me a Castle Crashers character with the new Castle Crashers update, so I'm probably gonna be like playing that again pretty soon. So far now I've been using mine mainly for another bird streamer emotes. Yeah. There's a lot of bird streamers. I don't know. Oh no. I got the nerd notification. Oh yeah, the update. Yeah, it's really cool. They just told me that I've been playing a while and could consider taking a break from my screen. It's always a bad sign when you see that on this game. Oh, we are so close to leveling. I know we just hit 4 hours, and this should be the end, and we're hitting the 800 exactly like what I thought. Oh no, we're just under the 800, actually. Oh, we'll be just under. But look at this, we're so close to leveling up to 66. I might just push through a little bit, because I did start streaming a little early today. So perhaps we push through to get 66 off of these. Oh, I never calculated the... Okay, that's fine. I never finished my calculation. I got distracted. But yeah, it's really easy to make a character. Like, if you have the update for Castle Crashers, you could very easily draw a little character for yourself. And even upload it to the workshop if you want, or just have it local on your PC like mine is for mine. Okay, so it's 568 experience per run. And we have... Well, we're about to find out how much experience we have left. And see how many runs we would need to do in order to get a level off of this. It won't be even. I wish it were. It won't be like an exact number. It'll be like 15 point something. That means it's 16 or whatever. If it is that. But let's see. What are we at? Because we're not quite at the 800. Okay, so 1521 divided by 568. 1521. So we will get a level in 3 more runs. 3 more full runs. Which is quite a lot, actually. That would get us to, let's see, 840. Which is pretty good. I don't really want to end on 840 if I can help it, unfortunately. That's really annoying, actually. The amount of meme shitpost is great. Yeah, it's excellent. I'm gonna go use Little Bird's room real fast at speed mode, and then I will think about it while I'm doing that. Be right back. I'm back. Okay. I'm gonna say we go for it. We go for the level, get 66. And also, can I show you? Zeno, I forgot. Do you play RuneScape? I don't remember. I legitimately don't remember if you're one of the, because I've had people that show up because I played RuneScape and they'll show up and follow me, and then they only really show up when RuneScape is happening. Like, this is dude Canadian. Although he does show up otherwise, but he really likes RuneScape and prefers it when I stream RuneScape, right? So I don't know if you're one of those who played or not, but I accidentally bought 2 of these apparently, so that was smart. Anyway, which only makes you go, oh, if you're someone who plays. Otherwise, it's like, oh, okay. But I don't remember if you're a RuneScape person or not. I think not. I think I picked you up through Dead by Daylight and then raiding you, right? That's how that worked? I have a vague memory of the DBD stuff. I did a lot of DBD for a while. That was actually where I got my most growth, was when DBD was happening. I was playing a lot of that when it was a very popular game to stream. Might still be. I don't know. I haven't played it in a while. I played it the other day, actually. I did a wheel stream, but honestly, I'm more of an MMO guy, so I kind of stuck to that. It's my jam. My jam. Because after I'm done with stream, I'm gonna make that spreadsheet, and then I'm probably gonna level up my a character on WoW. Honestly, that I've been working on. This is my PvP alt. I mean, once I get there. Sounds good. Oh, hell yeah. I like how the emote wall, like, they doesn't emote the emote, or it doesn't animate the emotes, so they're just kind of like floating around all static. Those are good. I need a good jam emote too. That's on my list. I have a bunch of emote slots. I'm missing, like, I have a lot of slots that I'm not using. But my artist didn't have his computer for a while, so I've been waiting for that to get back. He just got it back, and I'm gonna have to make a list of emotes. Like, this is what I need. Yeah. The simple looking ones are always entertaining, exactly. Like, and I keep trying to go, like, too complicated with the emotes. Like, I had one idea. If you go look at the emotes, there's one that's like a lurk emote. And what it is supposed to be me asleep in my chair. Like, it's actually, like, I send him a picture of the exact chair I sit in. And it's a picture of the bird asleep in the chair as, like, a lurk. But it's so complex that it doesn't read well in a small format. Like, it's hard to see what's happening. That one, yeah. Like, one of those lines, those are the Z's of me sleeping, but, like, it just kind of blurs it up a bit. You can't really tell that there's a chair there. Like, you can only really tell what's going on if you were, like, to see the sticker of it in the Discord, you know? Oh, I forgot to post that I was streaming. Oh, thanks, Goop. 1 second. Anyway. Oh, I got hell distracted. Oh no. I'm behind. I just looked at this. I forgot to post in my Discord that I was streaming. I always do that. Magoop keeps doing it for me. I appreciate it a lot. I love the Rip Family Guy pose reference. Thank you for noticing. That was the specific request. Like, please, may I have the Family Guy pose death? Thank you. I forgot what the others were. I don't have any good positive emotes. All my emotes are, like, negative in some way. Or not negative, but, like, have a very specific emotion. Oh, the Bilbo one was, like, I said to my artist. I was like, buddy, you can make one of whatever you want as part of the payment for this. Because I paid him in a tablet. I bought him a tablet, and that was my payment for the emotes. But as part of the other payment is you can make whatever emote you want for one of them. And he chose the Bilbo one. Because he's met my cat a couple times, and he really loves that little guy. And so he, like, constantly... One of the first things I ever saw him draw was my cat when he was over for, like, a D&D game. He, like, drew a little doodle on his character sheet of my cat. And so that's what the Bilbo, the little cat emote is. It's my cat, Bilbo. Little orange guy who's still alive. And I'm surprised by it. He's an old man now. He's an old man and he's always been a little sickly. And it's just like, I don't know how he's still kicking, but he is. He's powerful. But I appreciate it. I've had that cat for my entire adult life. Like, I basically got him a couple months after I turned 18. And I've had him since then, and I'm like 30 now. So it's not that many years that I've had him, but he was not a kitten when I got him. He was like, I think a year or two old. So he was like still young, but not like full adult, really. He was a little smaller than he was now, basically. So about a year old, probably, because kittens don't become full-size cats till like more than a year. And so he's probably about 13 years old at this point. 13, 14 years old, if I'm doing my math right. Which is not huge for a cat, but it's still not young for a cat. I guess that cat always calling a vet. But never for call a vet, but not for me. Yeah, actually, he's outlived a bunch of other pets in the house. Like we recently, the dog that we got right before him passed away recently. So, in theory, he's the old. Actually, not in theory. He is the oldest pet in the house now. But he would be next on the list, essentially. But he's still doing all right, mostly. Again, he's old and a little sickly, but he's doing okay. He's asleep right now. He's one of those cats that doesn't like to play with toys or anything. He just kind of sleeps, and if you play with a toy in front of him, he's like, "What are you doing, you idiot?" I know that's not prey. And if he sees like a bug or something, he doesn't chase it. He just watches it like, huh, look at that. It's a very lazy cat. Always has been. In that way, he sort of embodies a hobbit. He's named correctly. I do have a knack for naming cats correctly. One of my other cats was named Tarquin. And he was like, not Tarquin. Sorry, Tarquin, there's no good things for Tarquin. Tarquin is like a French noble's name, and he was very like, But that's not what I was going to talk about. The other cat I had named Shiva, and Shiva was very like destructive, unsurprisingly, named after the Hindu goddess of destruction. So your cat is basically practically Gollum then? Yeah, actually. He is more Gollum than he is Bilbo. He's like a skinny little dude who's like lived forever, like. But yeah, so Shiva was like very destructive cat, and she was named after the goddess of destruction. And what other cats? I have Magnet, who is currently with my grandmother, because we didn't have space in the house for Magnet, And Magnet literally followed us home, which is why I named her Magnet, but she also will follow anybody around anywhere they go. Like, if you're wandering around the house, she'll just, like, stay by your legs and hang out with you. Like, things like that. I've always had weird names for cats, but they've always been, like, prophetic in some way or correct. Although Bilbo, I just named him that because The Hobbit had just come out, like, the movie. So, Magnet's a good cat, though. She's called Maggie for short. People think it's a regular name then. My grandmother is very embarrassed that her cat is named Magnet, so she just tells everyone her name is Maggie. I'm like, no, that's Magnet. And it's technically my cat, but again, no space for it at this house. And no space for her. And my grandmother needed a buddy after my grandpa died, so I was like, here you go. Cat replacement for husband. Ugh. Okay. 800. Woo! Give it up for 800. We're in the 900s. XP left. We get 500 per run. We get basically 2 more full runs. We will be at 880 actually. So I might go for 2.5 runs. Hey! Thank you for the follow. No, it's good. It's good. It's a good name. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the cute bird comment. Appreciate it. That's a great name. Don't apologize for that name. That's fucking funny. You keep that shit. Oh God. That's so good. It's so good. And thank you. I needed that. That was good. That took me by surprise. I was like, oh, I'll follow. And I went and looked, and it just, like, I don't know, there was something about it that just really caught me off guard. Oh, was it? What did it say? How's Tithe treating you? It's good. It's good. I'm up to 800 fruit. I'm going till I level based off of just the basically I'm trying to level to 66 first before I turn in any of the fruit, and I'm doing the level through 66 just through harvesting. So I got like a couple more runs go for me before I'm free for today. But I'm getting close to being free for today. I'm off tick. No, yeah, so like I do all these, and then once these start like maturing to full size, because they don't like die anymore if they've left too long, I just go over here and do these. And then I harvest that full run, and that full run of harvesting is like 568 experience. And so I'm 950 something away, so I'm like a couple runs away. I'm just gonna go to 900, and that will get me there, and then I'll turn in 900 fruit, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I get to 70 off of that. Because I'm just trying to get to 70 without having to actually farm, because I hate regular farming. So I can't explain it either. I just don't like it. I've never liked it. It's always been my least favorite skill. Actually, second least favorite skill. Least favorite is probably Hunter. Though Hunter has gotten better with some of the, like, I like Hunter rumors a lot. So that helped me get to 70 on Hunter easier, because I'm trying to get all the Priff requirements done finally. So I'm doing that. But yeah, so we're getting there. I'm almost done for the day. No worries. Have a good rest of your shift, Zeno. Hope enabling flights now. Ooh, hell yeah. Have fun. Good luck. Oh. Ah! I'm misclicking everywhere. Farming is my favorite. You know, we all have bad opinions. Farming, I gotta level my iron more. I love the rumors too. Yeah. Yeah, getting the whistle is a game changer on that too. Okay, I will say there is something about farming that okay. Here's my 2 cents, and I think of why I hate farming. I it's a weird one, so I know I'm a weirdo on this. I know farming is much beloved by many people, and they're 100% right. Like, there's no, like, I know I'm gonna love sailing. I've played the beta a bunch of times, and I've loved it every time. And I know I'm gonna be probably one of a few people who love that skill. Like, I know that there are some skills that are just for certain people and some aren't, right? But for me, I never like having to level a skill at like the same time of something else. You know what I mean? I want to settle in and do one thing for a while. So like the idea of making an iron that is a one skill at a time iron has always appealed to me. Because that's kind of how I play sort of already, where I'm like, I'm going to get to this level, and then I play that skill to that level, essentially. Like, I don't do anything else. I'm very, like, focused in that regard. So, for something like farming, you're kind of required to log in, do a farm run, right? And then go do other things. And then come back and do a farm run a little bit later. And then go back and do other things. And then come back and do a farm run a little later. And every time I do a farm run, I have to go, like, change my equipment and clothing, take a break from whatever else I'm doing. And that's 2 different things that I have to, like, take a break in the middle of, basically farming and, like, let's say I'm doing Slayer and farming, right? I'm doing Slayer, and then I have to run off and go do farming, and then I come back and put my Slayer stuff back on, and then I go out and go do farming again. Like, go back and forth on it. And there's something about that just doesn't appeal to me. I'd rather, like, sit down and go, okay, I'm doing Slayer for a while. And I do that for a few hours. And then maybe tomorrow I come back and do something else. But for that whole session, I'm doing that one thing. And so if I'm doing farming in the regular way, because I had to level farming a mostly regular way on RS3, because I'm actually maxed on RS3 already. I didn't come to old school until much later. When I did RS3 farming, I did do farm runs, and I enjoyed doing the farm runs. But I would log in, do a farm run, and then log out. And then I would wait like a couple hours in real life, and because I had a bunch of like stuff in that would stop it from diseasing and dying, so I didn't have to worry about, like, I could just leave my farms for as long as I wanted. And I would come back and inefficiently, like, a couple hours later, instead of like the 1 hour or whatever it was supposed to be, then I'd do a farm run, and then I'd log out again. And that's how I played for months, where I just would log in, do a farm run, I maybe do 2 or 3 a day at that, and then I'd log out and do something else. Like, just play something else, do something else. And, well, that was fine, and I enjoyed that. I had to focus on a thing, you know? And that's why I'm doing tithe farm instead of regular farming, because I can sit here and go, I'm on farming right now. I'm focusing on farming, you know? Let's see. I feel that so much. That's why my farming is lacking. I just keep ignoring it and focusing on other things. Yeah, exactly. And for old school, it feels not worse, but, like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't think it is. Do your plants die even if they're, like, fully grown and not diseased and you just leave them for long enough? Because I feel like that might be the case. I don't think it is. My gut says it is, but my brain says it isn't. Like, I remember finding things already, like, fully grown and having been there for months. I don't think they die if they grew okay. But I always feel like I leave them too long, and then I miss the chance to, like, save them from disease. Like, there's a lot of disease happening. And I don't want to pay to protect the crops, because it's annoying. And I don't want to compost. It's annoying. So it's a problem of my own making. I'll be honest. But, like, I don't know. It feels much more, like, not tentative, fragile, you know? Ultra Compost is my bestest friend. Yeah. Should be using that. Honestly, I'm not an iron. I could just buy it. I don't know why I'm not. But it's fine. I might get to 70 on this go, honestly. I'm really hoping that I can get to 70 on this stream. And then it'll be woodcutting only because woodcutting is all I have left for pref requirements. And thank God for that, because woodcutting is a nice AFK one, and I can do that while I'm doing other things. Unfortunately, I cannot be logged in on both RuneScapes at the same time, and I'm probably going to take a break from OSRS when the RS3 Leagues launches in a couple days, or like in a week, because I'm really excited to do that. I want to see what it's like to do Leagues in RS3, because RS3 is already kind of like Leagues, and then it's a little supercharged, and I'm curious what a supercharged RS3 looks like. Yeah, it's on the 15th, so it's next Monday. And so when that happens, I'm probably going to take a small break from RS3, because I can't play them at the same time. That's going to be insane XP. Yeah. Insane XP, and also fucking, like, just the stuff that they're giving us. I'm looking at the relics, and I'm like, oh, damn, they're really trying to, like, buckle down on it. It's interesting though that they're doing this like relic thing. They're doing the leagues thing, and then like a month later, OSRS is doing their own event at the same time that RS3 Leagues is running. I mean, I know most people only do leagues for about a month, and most people don't like keep going all the way through it. But like, I don't know. It feels kind of weird, like they're stepping on their own toes a little bit, and they should have communicated those dates a bit better. But whatever. I'm gonna do both. I am probably gonna try and do both. Unfortunately, I cannot do both at the same time. That would have been amazing. You would have been great, actually, if they had set up the ability to play the same account on both games for us and they hadn't told us. And then they announced that ability the day that they announced that they're like, oh, we're also doing this event in Old School or RuneScape. Guess what? You can play both of this. You know, like, that kind of thing would have been the perfect time to announce that shit. That would have been great. Because I would love to do that. There's so much AFK stuff in RS3 that I still want to do, and like I want to catch up on some of the 120s that they put in, or the 110s, or whatever they are now, for the newer skills, or not newer, but the other skills like mining and smithing 110s, or like finally get my necromancy into 120 instead of just the 99 minimum I needed to get my max cape back at the time. Like that kind of stuff I want to do, but I want to play old school more. I want to do active stuff on Old School and then do passive stuff on RS3 at the same time for the same character. But they can't, at the moment, the structure is not in place. It's not like they don't want us to. I think they'd be fine with us doing it. They literally it's technically the same character just logged into a different world, you know? The reason why I can't log in on RS3 is because I'm already logged in on Old School. It's literally the same guy. Oh shit, hey Squeaky, you were streaming? You were in my chat earlier streaming? What were you doing? So hey brother, welcome back. Also, love the automatic shoutouts. Oh. Okay. 385 XP left. That's one more run till we level. We're going to do 1.5 more runs just because I want that 900. I want it to be at a flat 100 so I don't have like leftover points over here. So. And then we will be done for the day. And then I will go either play WoW or take a nap. One of those two. But I have a late shift, so I might take a nap. We'll see. Oh, actually, Warhammer spreadsheet first for myself. And then I'll take a nap or something. I'm not going to do that on stream, though. That spreadsheet stuff is... I'm just going to do that. It's much faster if I don't have to explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it, you know? What were you streaming, brother? Hey, I didn't even know you were streaming. Was it more, Oh, you left to stream Hollow Knight. That's right. I see you were streaming Hollow Knight. I thought you were just playing it. Hell yeah. Well, thanks for the raid, brother. Always appreciate it. I'm so bad at raiding out. I'm so bad at it. I should do it. It's how you make connections. It's how you find new people. It's how you show people new streamers. It's how a lot of people find me. But like, every time I'm like, oh, I have to set this up. I want to go and do other things. I feel bad if I leave their chat. Like, you know, that kind of shit. It's always a whole thing. But I'm just overthinking it. Every time I'm definitely overthinking it. Yeah, don't wait to be like, hey, I'm going to go stream now. You're good. I didn't wait. By the way, I don't know if it's working. It's not working on my end right now, but I think it's working on your end. There's a plugin I have right now for Twitch that lets you look at like my inventory and my levels in my bank and stuff. And I'm curious if it's working because it doesn't seem to be working on my end. But if you guys can see those buttons and can click them, let me know. Because if it needs to be refreshed, I should do that. But it should be good. Works for me. Okay, cool. You can see the disorganized mess my bank is. And the fact that I only have 27 Slayer. Snooping through your bank. Hell yeah. By the way, if you see anything in there, I'm really bad about this. I'm a hoarder in RuneScape, considerably. If you see anything there and you're like, you're never going to need this, get rid of it, feel free to let me know. Because I will just keep everything. It isn't letting me remove your clothes. No, those are mine. I worked hard for these. Oh, wait. Anime, I gotta... Wait, do you prefer being called anime or do you prefer being called honkers? What's your preferred... What's your preferred shortening of your name? Because I'm not going to say anime honkers every time. That's too many words. Call me Jess. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Can I make notes on people? Is that a thing I can do? No, I can't. That's fine. I wish I could like Discord level like make a note like this is Jess. Anyway, fucking, I gotta show you a thing that's gonna make you cringe in a oof, I'm sorry, buddy kind of way. Like, oh, that's rough, buddy. Here, check it. Hold on. Look at my collection log for Tithe Farm. Take a moment. Look into this. Look at what I have done accidentally. I didn't know I already had those, so don't have the boots either. You know why I don't have the boots despite having both the two of each of the shirt and pants? Because when I was looking at my boots, I went, gardening boots. That's the boots. It's not the boots. It's not the boots. That's right. I'll have plenty of points at the end of this to buy them. I literally didn't know that I had them already. And I just bought the pants on stream. And I was like, yeah, the pants. And I was looking up like, oh, what should I spend the rest of my points on? And I looked up on Reddit like, what should I spend the rest of my points on? So I was like, oh, green login. I'm like, oh, is there a collection log for that? And I went and looked at the collection log and saw that I already bought both the pants and the shirt at some point. I was like, ah, excellent. Good. Yeah, it's not the boots. They're not. What I'm looking for is farming boots, Squeaky. What I have is gardening boots, which are different. This game is so weirdly complex. And I just wore them for the fashionscape. Like, I wore the gardening boots at the time, and I put it all on. I was like, well, I'm gardening, aren't I? I got you on Steam, right? I think so. Gardening boots, new meta. Fashionscape is always the meta. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just ahead of everyone else. Exactly. They don't know that gardening boots is the way to go. And you know what? If I had gotten the farming boots, I probably would have already leveled at 800 fruit just off of the harvesting. So this extra run is penance. This extra run and a half. Do you have the Steam pop-up on? Yes and no. I have notifications on, but you're not going to see them on stream because it's not like I'm just not excuse me. It's not showing my desktop. It's just showing RuneScape. That reminds me. Actually, no, I do have you on Steam because I saw you were playing Magic Arena recently. That was it. Like, before you said something about Magic Arena, I remember seeing that you had been playing it. I don't have the thing that lets me know when any of my friends are playing a game, like where it's like, hey, this person is playing this game, this person's playing this game. I don't have that on, but I have like messages and stuff on. But the person is playing this game became too much. I have many friends who play many games all the time, and it was really annoying to have it pop up every 30 seconds. Especially when I had a couple buddies that were like really into like Skyrim and Skyrim modding and stuff, and their mods would often go wrong, and so you'd see them start Skyrim, as they kept trying to like troubleshoot what was wrong with the mod. And it was just like, I can't turn this off. So I don't have notifications on when people are playing things. Though I used to, and it used to be part of a way, like, not the way I would communicate, I don't know how to describe it, but like, friends and I would be hanging out, and they'd be like, oh, do you want to play the game? And I'd start the game because they still had that stuff on. They would just see me like, so-and-so started playing this. And I'd be like, ah, okay. But also a lot of folks that I know now have turned it off, partly because of me, because I would also, like, I'd be playing a game with them on Steam, and I would also have like an idle game on Steam up at the same time. And I would swap between them, and every time I alt-tabbed to the other game, it would notify them that I swapped games. So you don't know I was playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. No, I didn't know you were playing that. Is it good? I heard it was hard. Sarcastic, by the way. I love that they made that meme a real game. Like, it was just a meme, like, can't play Dark Souls? Go play Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something. Like, it was made up. And then they decided, let's make that real. All right. My prediction is we're gonna get the level right here at the end, like 18 or 19 or 20 here. Maybe actually not. Might be not even. No, it's not gonna be until like deep in here. Actually, I lied. Not even lied. I was wrong. Oh, I should have put up a prediction. I guess I'll do it. Hold on. Start prediction. Will I hit 70 farming this stream? Yes. No. You have like 5 minutes to think about it. I'm gonna hit 66, and then I'm gonna have 900 fruit to turn in. That's 4 levels I have to get with 900 fruit. I don't know if it's gonna make it. Personally, if it were me, I'd vote no. But you never know. I cannot predict my own prediction, unfortunately. But we'll see. Okay, and last but not least, I got one. Wait. Hell yeah, that never happens. Hold on. No, I want a screenshot of this. Okay, anyway. There goes. Woo! 66 farming just from collecting the plants. All right, let's finish out this 900 fruit. Now, will we get 70? Who knows? That's for you to decide. Hey, total level 1350. Woo! When's the next world bracket? Like, hold on. Total level worlds. OSRS. Is that one of them? Official worlds. Total level. No, 1250 is the one, and then there's a 1500 after that. So I don't get a new world till 1500. I love the total level worlds, by the way. They're fucking great for avoiding the unwashed masses. God, Dwarf Fortress music is so fucking good. Alright. 1 half run, only the yellows. And then we're done. For today. I probably will have more tithe farm to go, if I had to guess. I think I might have perfectly timed that prediction timer. So one of the other things I do on my streams a lot of the time, if I can't decide what I want to stream, I will stream a thing, it's the wheel. It's one of those like online wheels where you spin it and it tells you what you're going to stream. Or it tells you what you're going to play or do or whatever. And I have a bunch of games on there. And if you guys ever like have a suggestion for the wheel, there's a Google form that you can access with, I think, !suggestion, and it gives you a link for Google form if there's any games you're like, hey, you should play this game, add this to the wheel. Not guaranteed, but it's like a thing that will like, oh, yeah, you know what, I should add that to the wheel. Because the more things on the wheel, the more variety I have in those streams of the wheel streams. Because at the moment, I'm already getting stuff that's doubling up, like Dark Souls I've gotten a couple times, and like, I had to play EverQuest for 2 hours yesterday, EverQuest 2, because like, it's on the wheel, and I got EverQuest 2, and then the next roll was like, hey, play the same thing you were playing again for another hour, because I only play the game whenever I get on the wheel for an hour, you know? But it is helping me like play games that I've been wanting to play, but like, don't have the motivation, but it's like the wheel forces me to. Okay. Woo. I gotta run. It was nice meeting you and chatting. I'll be back to see your adventures another day. Hell yeah, Jess. I almost said honkers. Hell yeah, Jess. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for giving me a massive laugh. That was real good. Take care, Brie. Thank you. Let's see. Ooh, we're almost there. I can taste being done. I don't think we'll make it, but I can taste it. It's possible. It's possible. Also, no one predicting? Come on. There's free eggs on the line here. Not really free. Because if no one predicts, it's just you maybe losing it, then there's nothing you gain from it, so. It didn't go. You failed! Okay. Oh my god, it's been almost an extra hour. I looked at the 4 hours and I'm like, oh, it'll be fine doing 2 more runs. I didn't realize it'd be almost a whole extra hour of streaming. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing long streams these days. I only got so much time each day, you know? I gotta make sure or each week, I gotta make sure I do good streams the days I can. Alright, we start harvesting. We start harvesting. Alright. I know who I'm gonna raid. I went looking. If they're still streaming when we're done, we're going there. It'll be a surprise. That's just another VTuber that I follow. Is this too many? No, we're perfect. It'll be perfect 900. Okay. And we can only do it 100 at a time, so we're gonna have to press deposit 9 times. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Deposit. 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 67. 68. 69. Yeah, we had a 69. Nice. Not quite to 70. So close. But look at those points. 4499. We did 1,000 seeds total because I got that 1,100 at the very beginning. So in one-ish stream, maybe one plus some extra, we get 1,000. Oh hey, count check. Thank you. I'm gonna put this on a Solaire. For was it 999? 599? I think it was 4555. What was the original? Hold on. Scroll up far enough. 5399. So it was 4399. Excuse me. Rewards. Okay. Let's get our herb sack that we didn't have yet. Boom. Done. We need the farmer's boots. Boom. Done. Are we green log now? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's put. Wait, did it say I have 2 of these? Green log. What are you telling me? Okay. The log is broken. I didn't actually buy 2. I'm safe. I think. Well, I don't know anymore. We're gonna run to the bank real fast. Drop this shit off that I don't need anymore. Like my herb sack and my gardening boots. That will not help me. And we're gonna check for the other farmer stuff because it's possible that I do have 2, and it might just be a bugged log, which would be nice. It'd be nice if it was a bugged log. So I didn't know I got the fishing trawler stuff. I guess I did. Still missing Giant's Foundry things. Yeah, a lot of stuff. I do like collection logging. That's fun. I like seeing it become full. Like, hey, you did it. But now, I don't know if I should buy the grapes for the wine or just buy herb packs or something. Gardening boots can be put away. Herb sack. Okay, didn't have that. Farm. Okay, I didn't actually have the rest of the set, so it's lying. The collection log is a liar. Why does it say I've received 2? Because it was at nothing when I looked earlier. Now it's at 2. Collection log showing the incorrect count. Weird. I don't know. Oh God. Just a post in the subreddit I managed. I don't want to manage anymore. I should give it to someone else and disappear. Okay. Cool. Got our stuff. Going back to the farm. Gonna log out there. But we're so close. Being at 69 out of 70 has really motivated me to get the rest of these done. It looks like it's probably gonna take like 200 more, I think, if I had to guess. If I were a betting man, which I'm not really, but if I were, I'd say about 200 left. Okay. Okay, 4399. Search seed table. Bolog 4. Bolognovo. Yeah, so we did do 1,000 of them today. That's pretty good. All right. Actually, I think I'm not gonna raid this. There's not enough of us to make it worth it. Because at the moment, it's me and like one other person, I think, because usually when there's 2, it's me. I don't know why. Twitch has a weird thing with me where, like, if I'm watching on my stream preview, for some reason it counts as 2 viewers. I don't know why. So, yeah, it's weird. So technically, if I ever see 3, it means there's 1, and I think that's Blue who's still lurking. So I'm just gonna quietly end the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out with me during this tithe farm thing. Thanks for hearing me rant about all kinds of things. Yeah, it was a lot of talking today. I'm gonna go do something quiet now for a bit. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Probably if I stream OSRS again, I'll probably be done with the tithe farm already. Yeah. I don't know. That's probably gonna be the bit there. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Thank you for stopping by. I think I already said that. I'll be on again. Good question. Not tomorrow. Not Wednesday. Not Thursday. Not Friday. Maybe Saturday. Saturday is a big maybe. Actually, honestly, probably. If I on Saturday, I'll probably be playing Borderlands. If I own it, which I probably will. So, yeah. It's tough to say. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. I'm zoning out. It's been a long stream. Goodbye. I'll see you Saturday or Sunday. One of those days.